Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. It's our 6-month birthday. So I'm here with John.
Hello.
Socially distanced across the counter there. So I've been asked to come in and say a few words, because it's a momentous occasion in Sewing Street's history, which it is really. We've hit our 6-month birthday, which is amazing, and it's all thanks to our customers. So I wanted to come here and thank you all for, shopping with us and helping us get going, because obviously it was a new business. And, we were all excited internally to make it work. But, there's always that little bit of wondering whether it would. But we're doing really well. So thank you very much at home. We've got a really exciting show lined up for you today. But before we get going, I thought I'd just give you a couple of updates on things that I get asked a lot about on the fan page. So first of all, there's the website. I know. So website is still being worked on, and it's pretty much ready to go. It's just dependent on our back-end systems being changed. So, which is due to happen around early September. So, we're still working as hard as we can to get that across the line. So that will be coming. The good news is when that happens, we will have split pay as well. So again, something that I get asked about all the time, and that will come with a new website. So you'll be able to buy things and split the payments, as elsewhere. So that's exciting for everyone in terms of, especially for sewing machines. Also been asked about Yarn Lane. I've been told not to mention it, but I will anyway. So I think a few people have been concerned that Yarn Lane is going to replace Sewing Street, and that's not going to happen. So Sewing Street will still remain, but Yarn Lane is something we're working on just to bring some knitting and crochet, but that will be as well as Sewing Street. So you haven't got to worry about the sewing hours being eaten up by knitting, but it is something extra that's on its way very soon. So we're all working hard behind the scenes on that. So once again, thanks everyone for shopping with Sewing Street, making it a success, helping us reach our half-year birthday. We're looking forward to our first birthday we're working on. So big show coming up in another 6 months' time.
Exactly.
But now I'm going to hand over to John, who's going to talk you through how to get in touch.
Thank you very much. So we're going to just see now how everybody gets in touch, and we'll be right back. So thank you so much for that. Anybody who hasn't met Neil before, Neil is the very, very big boss, the one with the really big shoulder pads. So I've got to be really good today. He is the GM of the company, and I'm so pleased to hear everything's going really well. Yarn Lane, I am so excited about that as well, because I'm a massive crochet and knitting fan as well. My wool stash might be slightly bigger than my fabric stash. So I'm looking forward to that as well. But half birthdays. Now, with every little baby, every week, every month, for me, every show, I always get very excited about all of that. And we've hit 6 months, mainly because of your fantastic support. Amazing customers. You've just been so incredible. It's been a pretty tough month for everybody over the last tough year this year. So having been able to get to 6 months and have all of your amazing support means everything. And your fabulous group of people that will be able to support us, and your fans and comments and support is amazing. Now, the first thing to tell you all about today, the badge. We have got a very special, wonderful little badge available today. Brand new, exclusive. It's the first time we've had a non-Christmas badge, and it is gorgeous. Also, still got that hexagon shape, so you can tessellate them all in together as well. I love mine. They're not getting it back today either. But remember, like with the Christmas one, I'm not going to say anything. When you get your little piece of paper, don't throw it away. Now, in order to get one of these today, all you need to do is you need to make sure that you've got an order. Any form of order. You can buy anything, a single friction pen, or you can buy a sewing machine. Whatever you buy today, you're going to be able to get one of these fabulous badge. There is only one per customer. Just like with our Christmas one, but look how amazing it is. And you've got that wonderful hexagon tessellation, so with the other badges you'll be able to then tessellate them into a beautiful larger hexagon as we keep growing and as we keep going. So really amazing. And as I said, turn it round, don't throw the paper away. Really guys, little product there for you as well. One per customer today on every single one of your checkouts throughout the day. You can do as many as you like, but you are only going to get one of these today. But on top of that, because it's a birthday, we've got to have a little treat for you as well. We have got a prize draw. Just like what we did at the Christmas one, we ended up having every single customer who buys something through the day, that customer will be entered into a draw, and first prize, 15 fat quarters from our amazing Liberty collection there. Absolutely beautiful. I love all of these. Every time I look at them, I keep trying to pull out my favourite ones. They're amazing. So that'll be our first prize, 15 of these gorgeous Liberties. And all you have to do is buy. You don't need to do anything else. But then there's not only just a first prize, you've got a second and third prize as well. We're doing exclusive panels today, and I'll show you those later in the show. But these are so brilliant. So a second and third prize customer will each get one of these each. So you'll get 2 of these for the second and 2 for the third as well. Amazing prizes there as well. But all you need to do to get the badge or to be entered into the competition, all you have to do is buy something. Just one purchase that gets you entered into the competition, and each time you buy, when you buy, you end up getting that. You only get one per day. There's only one of those coming out. So it's just such an amazing deal. Now, on top of that, if that isn't enough to whet your appetite, every single hour, now, I'm not supposed to tell you, if you just type in Google, on the street page, if you just type in birthday, you'll get all 4 of them. But every hour, we have got an amazing special for you each hour. Now, you all know how much I adore Tula Pink. Absolutely adore Tula Pink. So Tula Pink is one of them. Then we have this fabulous set of scissors. A little kit there as well. Really, this is the best price we've ever had on these as well. That's our second hour. I can't remember which order these are all in because there's so much information, but this is such a great deal as well. Got that coming up. But now, I'm sorry, this is just beautiful. It's huge. It's like a giant hat box, but you lift it up and you've just got this wonderful, wonderful storage box. Absolutely fabulous. And you're going to be shocked as well because we've got some wonderful comparative price points there as well. But if this herringbone here isn't beautiful enough, if I rotate that round, look at that gorgeous tartan. Absolutely gorgeous. I love that. And you've got a really lovely tray there in order to put all of your notions and things that you're working with. You can take it out, pop it on. So that is one of our little specials that we've got on as well today. But then my absolute favourite, I have still got no idea why they put this on, because every single time I've had this on, it's sold out. But this is a special today, and we're going to show you this at 9 o'clock. Well, I've got one over here charging already. It's the Bridgewater seam trimmer. Back in stock. Absolutely fabulous. These wonderful. Got it. You've been waiting to get one of these. Make sure you try and get it now, today, because not only are you going to get the badge and get entered into the competition, you're going to get a free pen. This has got a free pen with it as well. But unlike me, don't iron it. Just a tip, don't iron this, because you'll make it fast. Don't do that. But my favourite, as you all know, is Tula Pink. Absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous collection here. And I have got the bundle here. People are already checking out on this already, so you've all been ahead of the game, found it already. You've got a design roll here, absolutely beautiful. You've got 40 different strips here, 2.5 inches wide, of all of Tula Pink's handmade range. So not only are you getting that, but you're also getting a 1/2 metre of the white. And these fabrics, if you haven't seen them before, they are just so, so special here. I love these. I won't deny, I have too many of these in my collection already. They are so, so gorgeous. Now, if anybody hasn't ever seen Tula Pink, she's an incredible designer that comes up with absolutely incredible ideas, loads of different suggestions and things. And the way she does all of her fabrics is just incredible. And you can see all these vibrant, gorgeous colours and how well they work. The handmade range that she's done is all done entirely about sewing notions, and you can see here you've got the safety pin, you've got the tape measure, you've got the spool, the scissors, and these are all of her collection here that she designs as well. So sorry, lost my train of thought there because I'm just getting so distracted by the colours and everything in here. And the great thing with these is the colours are so good. They are so universal. You can use them with any of the different colours that you've got. But isn't this just the most perfect coordinated colour that you get that? And today you're getting a 1/2 metre of the white, and you're getting the full design roll, all that for $34.99. You're effectively getting this white piece of fabric for free. But these are just brilliant, and the colours on here are fantastic. And I just cannot stop pulling these all out because they're so gorgeous. But we're now going to come back to all of these because we're 10 minutes into the show. You're You're joking. Sorry, I get very distracted when I hear things like this because I can't believe it. We're 10 minutes into the show. Half the stock of this is gone already. Not only is it the price, but you know how incredible Tula Pink is. The quality of her products are amazing. Free Spirit is just one of the best in the industry with regards to quality. They are just amazing. And more than half the stock's gone already. And you can tell just incredibly easy it is to use different things with these jelly rolls as well. And if that's just our first hour special, can you imagine what the rest are going to be like? I'm so excited. I'm really loving this. Now, remember, all of you who have checked out, congratulations. Well done. You get a badge. You get entered into our wonderful competition. So happy for you. That's really good. But now, not only have we got our hourly specials, normally we just leave that and we don't do an early bird, but it's a birthday or a half birthday. We're doing an early bird as well. We've got half a metre of the green, half a metre of the white, half a metre of the red. Getting ready for Christmas. Do you know that it's 20 Fridays today and it's Christmas? Christmas is on a Friday this year. All of that for £8.47. Backed by popular demand. It sold so incredibly well the last time. There are only... Oh my goodness, there are only enough of these for 100 people to get these. We've bundled these already, so if you did buy 2 of them, they would come to you as individual pieces. Let me show you how big half a metre is on each one of these, because you're getting 3 half metres in this, in all the different colours, and you can just see that's how much you're getting as a half metre. Isn't that green just the most gorgeous colour? Love that. And now that 100 that we've got in stock, I know many of you sit back and you think, oh, 100, that's loads. It's not. As many of you who have watched us before know that we go through so much product in an hour or in 2 hours or 3 hours. So please, if you are interested in getting these, don't hang around, because you are going to potentially miss out on those. We don't want that. I want you to make sure you get the products that you like as when you get them. These are... And of course, it's an event today, our half birthday. It's really busy already. Really busy. Oh, and the customer service teams have been prepped and they've been told how busy they're going to be today. And remember, if you don't want to shop on our website, you can call the customer service team on 0800 001 4433. You don't need to tell them about the badge. You don't need to tell them about the competition. That happens automatically for you. So now... I'm going to go back to these and have a little reminder of these. Let me show you what the red looks like, because I think sometimes buying a red fabric is quite hard, getting that bright, rich, beautiful red, and this is just such a great colour on it. And you see, for these, I'm finding I'm using a lot more red at the moment as an accent colour, because what I try and do, you know what, I'm going to do it. I'm sorry. I'm ruining the little display here. When you look at a beautiful piece of Liberty like this, you can see these gorgeous colours in it. You can see there. But now if I just lower that down onto the red, doesn't that just pop that little bit more? And I just love the way that when you take a beautiful piece of fabric like this and you add another gorgeous colour like that, and you mix them together, not only are you extending the life of your larger, your Liberty... What? Goodness me. 1/3 of the stock of this is already gone, and we're not even counting our baskets yet. So remember as well, we've got our one day P&P. So if you haven't checked out yet, because we're hearing there quite a lot in baskets, and half the stock is gone now, I'm hearing. So please, if this is in your basket, check out. We don't want you to miss out on them, because you can see, just as I've been talking, 50 have gone. So please make sure that you do check out as you go along. It's $3.95 postage and packaging all day. You don't pay any more or any less throughout the day. So you can check out as many times as you like. But please, if you do want these, don't mess around. We want you to get it as soon as you can. And congratulations to all the people who've got it already. We've had a message in from Amber. Morning, Amber. She's saying tea is in hand, ready to go. Oh, and we've had some messages in saying how lovely it was to see Neil. Isn't it great having him in? Had a message in from Sandra as well. Morning, Sandra. Sorry, say that again. Oh, she's excited about all the treats and all the hourly specials. Me too. Oh, she's got her badge already when she checked out. How brilliant. Congratulations. Message in from Tracy. Hello, Tracy. Happy half birthday, John and Sewing Street. Thank you so much. Best. Oh, you're very kind. She's saying it's best birthday ever when I'm on the show. You're very kind. But Tula Pink, how can you go wrong with that? I just adore these. Oh, saying as well, my shirt is fabulous. Thank you so much. I did try and make an effort. It's a birthday. Got to make an effort. So, oh, it's Tracy from across the pond. I think that's Tracy in Canada. Hello, darling. I love it. She watches every single morning, and it's about 3 in the morning for her now, and she just stays up and does it. Love it. Now, it is an incredibly busy show this morning, so I'm going to do a little bit of a video now. We've got an incredible special today. We've got Jane Greenoff in. She was our second ever guest. It's so appropriate we've got her in on our 6-month anniversary. I adore the shows with her. So if you just go and remind yourself how it is you buy with us, we'll get Jane out. Back in a minute.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Somewhere about handy.
And we're back.
Hi.
It's Jane. I love the Jane days. How are you?
Well, quite good. I had quite an exciting start at 4:30 this morning.
I know, it's very early starts, isn't it? How far do you come in?
Well, it's about a 2-hour drive.
Gosh.
But as I got in my little car, my garage doors wouldn't open.
Oh, no.
They're, buzzy. They're terribly swish. You press the button in the car
Yes.
and anyway, it wouldn't, and it definitely wouldn't. So I jumped into Bill's car.
Yes.
Fortunately, I remembered everything that was in the boot of my car, and I've left him with the problem of going to do some grocery shopping, and he'll have to try and get the car out like that. Anyway, so I'm here safely.
Well, the great thing is that's not a you problem for
It's
now.
not. It isn't. I've told him
But
not to
aren't
touch
cars
it.
a pain? I've been having
You've
so many problems with my
you've
own.
had trouble
yes.
too. Anyway, and then we had very thick fog coming over the top over through Broadway. So I had fog lights on and everything, very
Me
grown
too.
up.
It was very, very, very
Anyway, I'm here.
moody this morning.
Thank
Well, it's
goodness.
lovely to have you.
And
now,
you.
some people may not have had the pleasure of meeting you
Okay,
before.
okay.
So tell us a little bit about you.
Well, funny enough, my husband and I were only talking about this yesterday. I was introduced to cross stitch in 1983 by my neighbour. We lived in a cottage called Inglestone, which became the name of our company originally. And she showed me a piece of embroidery that she'd completed, and I thought, it's lovely, you're going to frame it. And she said, well, I've got another alphabet to put on yet.
Oh, yes.
And I expected to see a transfer,
Right.
iron-on transfer. And there was nothing. And she said, no, you count the threads. This is a chart, you count the threads. Well, I have to say, it was an extraordinary light bulb moment for me. So I stitched a little strawberry that day, badly, very badly.
I'm sure it'd be better than mine would have been.
Well, I don't know. I can't find the offending item anywhere, because I would love to show you my first piece, but I can't find it. Anyway, so that's how it all started in 1983. We formed the Cross Stitch Guild in 1996, which has gone from strength to strength. I'm now not the managing director any longer. I'm the designer. It was taken over by a younger woman 3 years ago.
Passing the baton.
Exactly. Couldn't have chosen a better person to run it, which is marvellous. So it's going from strength to strength. So that's it really. I'm here as the designer and as a collector of embroidery tools, embroidery things I'll show you in a minute. And as I said, the designer for the Guild and for Sewing Street, so it's all good.
Wonderful to have you. But now we've got a brand new exclusive kit for us today, isn't
And
it?
I'm going to hold it up to the camera and hope I
So
do this correctly.
one, you've got these together in linen and in Ada.
Yes,
the
I
one we're
have.
showing at the moment. Is this in
This is worked
linen?
in linen. Now there's a story to this. This is a really simple cross stitch to do, and if you've never done it in your life, you could do this. There isn't even any back stitch on it at all. What it was if you see the flowers in the centre, this sort of area here, this was taken from a Berlin chart. Now, I'll explain about that in a minute, but they were hand-painted charts from the Victorian period. Now, I've collected those as well. Anything to do with stitching I collect. You know, my house is full of this stuff. And so my husband loves charting. So he sat with this chart. Now, I'm just going to put that down for a second. This isn't the chart, but I'm showing these to you because these are actually, I'm going to hand you one to look at.
Perfect.
And then this one, I'll hold up to camera. This is really wild and woolly.
Gosh, these are beautiful.
Now, if you look at that, that's actually hand-painted.
That is
So
incredible.
the chart would have been printed with symbols. Now, if we could get close enough, we might be able to see the actual writing, the
You
tiny
might be able to
squares.
see it on the overhead. If
I
you
can-
rotate it towards you and then pop it on the table,
If I put it
if
down
you
there,
rotate it 180 degrees towards
if I
you
do
there,
that, is
bring
that...
it a little bit closer to me,
Tell
that
me-
should be
okay.
okay there. We'll see how we go.
Now, if I can find a spot, you see, if we go to the feather, the orange feathery things, if you look closely,
Oh my goodness, there is.
you can actually see that they're printed. And then what would happen is, there was a factory in Berlin where ladies worked with a special brush and paint similar to gouache, and they painted in the squares.
Oh my goodness.
And you can see the size of the squares if I just
They're
point there.
minute. They're
So
incredible.
this
And
in
it's-
itself is a piece of art.
Of course.
It's hand painted. So this could be cross-stitched.
That is incredible.
The reason we call them Berlin charts is because the dyes and the wools came from Germany into Britain, because prior to this, all the wool colours were very dull and very boring
Yes,
and very
yes.
flat. And so it was a massive thing. This would have been worked in, almost certainly in canvas work
Right.
originally. So I collect them because, you know, look at that honeysuckle.
But the detailing on them is incredible.
Absolutely
And is
charming.
this what inspired you to be able to bring the Berlin charting exclusively
exactly.
to us today?
So-
We're so
so-
lucky to have these. Are so exclusive to us today.
This is a hand-painted slipper.
Oh my goodness.
So a little bunny rabbit on the front, and that'd be made up into a slipper,
That's
a
incredible.
canvas work slipper. So going back to the project, I'm
But
going to
then
hold
you've
it up.
obviously taken this type of technique.
That's right. So I've taken this pattern, and it's worked in cross stitch. It's pure cross stitch, so there's no fractional stitches, no complicated bits. All it is the colours. And the alphabet, before anyone rings in to say there are letters missing, these are traditional sampler alphabets. Now the J, no, which is missing? There's something's missing. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, R, S, T, U, V, W, X.
I think they're all there.
Oh, A, B, C, D, E.
Oh, you're missing V on the bottom row.
That's what it is. Yes, that's where it is. Before anyone says anything, I knew something was different with it.
Sorry, I didn't
No.
mean to point that
No,
out,
no,
but it
no,
was
it's
because
fine.
we were looking
It
at
was
one.
done because it's actually taken from a traditional Dutch alphabet. So it didn't have a V. That's why it's like that. And it does say all that in the packet.
Oh, how brilliant.
Anyway, so this is worked on linen. Now I'm going to just show you something quickly related to that, because I know that...
Can you just show me the kits before
Yes,
we do
of
that?
course.
Because some people may not have seen the kits.
Okay, let's-
So these are brand new and exclusive to us
Yes,
today.
now if I just shake that one like that and
Oh,
open
wow,
this one.
look at your colouring.
So,
Shall we start with the linen one?
yes, this is the linen one. Now, I've said before, these are stuck together with elephant spit, I think. Right, let me get this one out and you'll see what I'm talking. Now, first of all, we've got the fact that...
So everything you need to do to make this
Yes.
kit is all
Except
included.
the frame.
Except the frame.
Right, so there's the colours. Now, these are pre-sorted, as you can see.
Oh, I love the fact you do these.
And well, we do it on most things, and the reason isn't, well, partly because I think it's a lovely service to your client, but the other reason is that if you sent these out in a bundle and gave people the cards to sort them out,
Well, I'm just looking on this
90%
one
of them,
here.
exactly.
814 and 503. How? Oh, and 813.
That little selection, sorry,
How
if I
would
kept
you
my count,
separate
you can
those?
see what's going on. The point of this is that what tends to happen, let's face it, how many of us are actually getting home from work and thinking, I'll get my stitching out, and it's electric light. So then you're sorting these colours in electric light, And what actually happens is that one and that one gets put in the same hole, and we get a phone call to say it's missing 2 colours. So actually, in lots of ways, this saves us time,
Of course.
as well as you time.
And as you say, it's just such a lovely service to be able to offer people as well.
And then there's a needle.
Now, how do you choose your colours? Because those are so beautiful.
You see. Look, you see goosebumps. You see, it's sad.
Oh.
I need to come out, get out more. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
If I have a skill, it's putting together colours.
You can tell they're beautiful.
And I can also remember a colour.
Sorry to interrupt you. You say that if you had a skill, it's sorting colours.
Yeah. Well,
have you actually looked at any of your samples?
Yes, but
Because
I still think that if you can't do the coloured bit,
the rest might not
it doesn't
be as strong.
it doesn't actually, you know. I know my husband and I were out one day, and I saw a brooch made of felt, and I said, "Well, I need that," and he sort of, "Yeah, really?" I said, "I need that because it's exactly the colour of my green jacket." "You can't possibly know that," he said. And it was exactly the colour of my green jacket.
Oh, how wonderful.
So I can remember colours. So this is linen.
So we've got 2 different fabrics that these are on, either the linen or the Ada.
And that's what I wanted to show.
Now, you prefer to work with linen, don't you?
This is historic, partly historic. I can't say it's entirely historic. I wear linen. I've said before many times, for those of you who've seen me before, that I spend my entire life touching a steam iron because I wear linen. And in this heat, there is nothing that works as well as linen. It can absorb half its weight in water without feeling damp.
Gosh.
So for ladies of a certain age, there is only one thing to do, and that's wear
Jane,
linen.
I think I'm a lady of a certain age
don't
because
you
I'm
too?
either too hot or too cold.
So this is to show you the difference in the fabrics, and then I'll explain, because I don't
So
want
the linen is the one closest.
That's the linen.
That's the linen there.
And this
you might
is
need to bring it
Ada.
a little closer to me.
Yep, if I swizzle that across, you're going to get a
Perfect.
terrible muddle here, but
No, you're not.
but
You're
it
doing
won't matter
great.
with it. Right, so this is, whoops, got a whisker. This is linen.
Oh, can you bring it a little bit down towards you?
How's
Down this
that?
way.
I don't understand the question. How's that?
That's better, yes.
There.
That's even
So
better.
linen's
yes.
on the top. Okay, now linen is woven singly. So when the warp and weft are done, when the long threads that go down the length of the fabric are done, and then it's woven individually, Ada, it's actually called Aida, but everyone calls it Ada. This is woven in fours, which means that when you look at it, the squares are very obvious. If you look at that now, you can see. Now I'm just going to show you what happens on a diagram. So
just to clarify before we move on from that, the linen and the Ada,
Yes.
Everything is exactly the same. The
Yes.
colours are the same, the
Yes.
needle's the same.
Yes.
All you get is a different size, a different piece of
Material.
material being
And-
either Ada. Is it Ada preferably?
Well,
or
everyone says Ada,
Perfect.
actually. So
Ada or
we live with it.
the linen.
And the thing about that is that don't imagine that if you work on this one, there's nothing wrong with Ada. If you work on this, it will be exactly the same size as it would be on here.
It won't or it will?
Will.
Will, okay.
And the reason for that is you work each square on the chart. Let's get a chart to show you. If I open that on top, look. So all of this is cross stitch. There's nothing on there that's different.
And these are only available to us. Nobody else can get these anywhere else.
No.
Oh,
I
brilliant.
don't know what the date is. It's a fortnight or so, isn't it? It's certainly exclusive.
It's exclusive.
Certainly
How
exclusive.
wonderful.
So these are all these symbols mean is a change of colour, not a change of stitch.
Oh, right.
And if you work that stitch, it will go on one of those squares. So that's very simple if you've never stitched on anything before following a chart. This would be your choice.
Fine. But now you, having never stitched before, you started on
I
linen.
started on linen, and that's why it gets confusing, because I didn't know there was any of that. And I was given a piece of this
And say,
to
get
stitch
on
on.
with it.
You've also got a black and white chart in your bag. Now the reason for that is, and it's particularly relevant on this project actually, when you're stitching this and the phone goes, or your child needs a biscuit or a drink or a potty or something, you come back and go, maybe I was here. Whereas you can pencil in or use a highlighter pen on here
goodness, how
to show where you've been. So
Jane, that's brilliant.
but it works very well on the black and white chart. I mean, I use a pencil
Yes.
When I'm stitching something like this, I will colour in the ones I've done, and then I know where I am. So on here, just quickly.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that we've got a little bit of a stock update for everybody. So the very first one I'm going to say is the early bird is now gone. Sold out. Congratulations to everybody who got it. Well done if you got that. You got your badge. You entered into the competition. Now, don't forget as well the Tula. How are we doing on the Tula? We have single figures left of the Tula now. So we have single figures of those. And we've got more specials coming up in the next hour as well. But a quarter of the stock of both the Ada and the linen on this, brand new to us today, exclusive to us until the 28th of August, they've gone. Quarter of the stock has gone already. So please make sure if you have got it in your basket, check out. We don't want you to miss out on any of these.
I'll show you
You're still getting your badge. You're still getting entered into your competition. You're going to get one badge for the entire day shopping. So if you check out multiple times, you're only going to get one badge and enter into the competition once as well.
So there's the picture
again.
again.
So this is the Berlin
There's
sampler
nothing not
on
to
linen.
like, is there?
It's
Actually,
so beautiful.
It did work out terribly well.
I won't deny, when I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning and I was thinking, gosh, what am I going to do today? And then I looked at I love looking at the website before I come in because you get to see all the amazing products that are coming up. I won't deny, I bought your book and I bought some of your needles and I hovered over that and I thought, no, I'm going to look at it today and see how difficult it looks. And you've made it look quite easy. So hopefully there'll be stock when I come off and I can get one.
This one's bought a strawberry book. Now, some of you will know about the strawberry book. Anyway, sorry. So this is a great big diagram for you to show you stitching on linen, just to make it clear that it's not difficult. On linen, you're going to cross 2 threads in each direction.
Oh,
and there's an empty hole in the middle. On Ada, because the thing is woven in 4s, you're going in the holes at the corners.
And no hole in the middle, which is why they come out the same size.
Exactly. Now, the hole in the middle is particularly relevant if you're working... Some of you will remember Dear Jo Verso, who was the most successful author in the United Kingdom. She wrote something called Picture It in Cross Stitch a long time ago now, and it sold 500,000 copies in English, which for a craft book is off the scale. She designed using a lot of fractional stitches, triangular stitches, to make modern patterns. And so linen was much more useful because the middle hole.
Of course.
If you're doing fractional stitches, this is a bit of a pain.
Of course.
But that's that sampler.
Brilliant.
And obviously, as I said, your threads are pre-sorted, just to recap. You get a colour and a black and white chart.
And you get one of your fabulous needles as
and
well.
You get
your needles,
yes,
they are
good. It's not a gold. It's not a gold one.
Okay, because that's my favourite story of your products, which we'll do now. Actually, can we do that now?
It's a John James nickel needle.
John James.
So they are the best.
There you are.
There you go. So
Brilliant.
that's that one. Are you going to do the needles next? Or
no, we're going to do the watt bows next. So we're just going to show you these. We've got seasonal watt bows coming up at 10 o'clock. So I'm going to show you this one. I can tell immediately. That is our winter one with the holly. We've got our autumn one here. Oh, I just love these. Now, which of these would you call summer? I'm going to go with that one. Perfect.
Yes.
And then we've got a summer one.
That was the first one I did, actually.
Look at these. And then there's our spring one. Now, these are already on the website. These are able to be purchased now. We're going to do these at 10 o'clock. But you know, I like giving you a little bit of a sneak peek along the way. So these are what you've got, but they're all different. Are there 4 sides to it? You can see
3 sides.
3 sides.
It foxed me the first. No, trust
me.
I've been
is 3 sides.
I've been there. When I bought the little thing that inspired that shape, I stood there in this market in Cambodia, surrounded by cross stitch, going, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2.
So these are 3.
I do know.
So these are coming at 10 o'clock. But we are going to do the needles now because my favourite part about these is they've got the same amount of gold in as a British grenade, if I'm not mistaken.
The detonator for a grenade.
The detonator for a grenade. Each one of these needles has the same amount of gold in as the detonator in a grenade. Now, tell me more about that, because I didn't know about this until you told us last time.
Well, I tried the gold needles in America. I was introduced to them in a shop in Orange County, California. And I must admit, I thought it was a bit American, really. A certain amount of rubbish. I just thought it was an affectation. And she gave me 2 sorts of needles to try. One, I stripped the gold off before supper. And the other one I didn't. And I have to admit, it did slide through the fabric very nicely. And I did think, And then I was doing some French knots and they whipped off needle easily, and I'm thinking, oh, maybe I'm wrong about this. Got back to UK, rang my needle supplier to say I'd like some gold-plated needles, please. Fell about with laughter and said, you know, don't have them. I said, oh. So it was long before the internet, so you've got to understand, I spent an afternoon on a telephone with a phone book and eventually found a gold plater in the Coventry area who said he would gold plate 1,000 needles for me. Everyone else just laughed. And I said, okay. He said, how much gold do you want on? I said, well, I don't know. What did it come in? And he said, well, do you want it to stay on? I said, I do. Definitely want it to stay on. You know, you've got to lose them first. I want them to be really good. And he said, well, the MOD uses 2 microns of gold on detonators for grenades. And I said, well, I think I'll have that then. And that is absolutely true. And that is thousands of needles ago.
That is wonderful.
Now, interestingly, because I was a very naive person, I had visits from some reps from a major manufacturer. They arrived in matching black Sierras.
Oh my.
I almost expected Valiant cases, you know what I mean? It was really a bit scary. And I had children in the house and Lego everywhere, and you could see them thinking, oh, God. Anyway, of course, I chatted on about how wonderful my gold needles were, like an idiot. And within weeks, they launched their own gold needles. And I sort of, you know, thought what a fool I'd been, frankly. And then thought, well, OK, you know, we've done very well with them. Well, of course, what they did was they were just shown the gold. So the gold was stripped off when people used them instantly. And so people were writing to magazines and saying, oh, gold needles are rubbish, you know. And 2 or 3 of the magazines, you need to get Jane Greenoff's. So, of course, they did me a favour.
Of course.
Because, yes, you can buy much cheaper. These are a considered purchase.
See, I don't...
But you can't strip the gold off.
But also
you can. Sue Hawkins, my friend and colleague and embroiderer, who works on canvas, she reckons she can strip one of mine in 6 months in canvas.
But that's 6 months. And
Yes.
how much is she using it?
You know, in a canvas material.
And I can safely say that's a lot more than I would be using it for on a needle.
Yes, yes. So, and if you do strip the gold and you can prove your purchase, we replace them.
What?
We always have done.
Oh, Jane.
And actually, I think I've probably replaced 2 because the gold's come off. And I can tell you why. We bought needles, the basic needles, from a different source than John James, who are local. And
I only use them too.
yes,
They're
well,
amazing.
it was a mistake.
Yeah.
So the nickel plating was faulty. That was that. And the only other problem we've ever had with them is if people force too many threads through a size 28, which is the finest one, the eye can shear.
Of course.
It's meant for one.
Of course.
The very fine one is meant for one.
Perfect.
Okay, so that's the story of the gold needle. So that's the collection we think is the perfect one. Because
it's been tried and tested.
It has been tried and tested. There is a curved needle in that box now. There didn't used to be. And that's because we do make some very pretty stitched boxes. And actually making them up, you know...
You need the curve.
I've got one to show you at 10 o'clock that's been on air before. And you can see the curved needle is quite useful for making that up. So in there you've got a beading needle, you've got a sharp, so that's for lining something or making things up. The rest of the needles are blunt, because that's what we use in counting, because we're parting threads rather than piercing the fabric. There's a 22, which you'd use for Hardanger, which I'm going to show you in a second. There's 2 22s, I think, and then there's 24s, 26 and 28. So you've got a really good... We know it works. We know it works.
They're brilliant.
It's
tried and tested.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're brilliant.
As I said,
and these are brand new into us today. The Hardanger that you're doing now, you were showing me now. I have to say, I've been looking at that across the screen. It is so beautiful.
I'm going to make
these are
myself
brand
a
new
space.
to us today.
Yes, I'm going to move
And it's a
that
brand new scissor
and
kit.
bring this so I'm somewhere in the right place. Tell me if I'm in the right place.
You're exactly the right place. Would you mind just bringing the That's what I mean. I was trying to find the word. That bit.
This bit here.
So
well,
this
that's
is
the
what you're going
workpiece.
to get. This is the finished product.
Now these don't come with the scissors this time. You can buy these separately. But there you are. You've got, this is the back and the front.
Oh, that front is
And there's
so
a lining
beautiful.
in there. You see a little bit of lining.
And that's what the Hardanger is,
This
isn't
is
it?
the Hardanger. Now I'm going to show you that here, but while I'm at it, this little book which should be signed by, oh God, you know, that's an unsigned one. Hang on, I don't believe that.
I was going to say, we have a break, Jane. I'll get all 4,000 delivered to you. You can have those done by
I've signed,
10 o'clock.
Well,
shall we go through the book after this, and then you can just carry on doing your little sample, because I'm so excited to see how this works.
Now, let me just...
And again, in the kit, you're getting enough of the... is this linen or Ada?
Now, this is linen.
Right.
So this is what's called Dublin. So this is 25/26 threads to the inch. So it's a little bit bigger, looser weave than the one we saw on the Berlin. This is what your stitching is going to look like to make that, just because it's a bit confusing. And I'm just going to talk to you about this. Now, around the edge, there's some cross stitch. Inside, these pieces I've cut ready, so the holes are there. So I'm going to finish this little bit for you now.
Perfect.
And so that you can see how it's done, and then I'll cut some of it. Because most people go into conniption fits when they think they're going to have to cut their fabric when they've done all that work. It's so simple. This technique is actually part of Norwegian fashion.
Oh my.
It's the Norwegian national costume. You obviously never spit. It's quite disgusting. And then I've got a size 22 needle here.
Do you know why it is people love you? It's for exactly what you've just done.
Right, so...
So your little square will be from where your finished product is. If you go in that tiny little square where you are
Yes,
now, I think we can get you the whole way.
Yes, so if I look at the back, do you see that it almost looks the same?
Yes.
That's not just because it's nice not to have knots. In this case, you're binding the edge of the fabric. So you go all the way round with your sewing thread. And this is the one occasion when you can't get away with it if you miscount. Oh. Now, we all know that we do miscount, because people do. And with cross stitch, if you get to the end of the border and something's wrong, it's possible sometimes to put a little flower there to cover the mistake.
Or in quilting terms, you put a button on it.
Exactly, same principle. With Hardanger, it has to match. Because if it doesn't, it won't work. And you'll see why in a minute. So I'm doing these straight stitches, and I have matched. I'll be honest, I did this yesterday and I made sure I matched. I also had to unpick it twice. So that's the cluster block. These chunks are cluster blocks. All right, so that's the completed shape. So whenever you do a piece of Hardanger, it is a completed shape.
Right.
Now on the back, to avoid accidentally cutting a thread that you don't want to, you travel on the back, or you finish off under the tunnel.
Oh, right.
Can you see?
So you're actually going through the whole shape of it.
Yes. So that I'll use these actually, because these are beasts. Right.
Oh,
so
wonderful.
What we're going to check before we cut anything, if you look, you'll see those are opposite the same shape. They're opposite each other. And if you were doing a big pattern, every so often you run your needle across.
Oh,
just
right.
to check.
I see what you mean.
Because actually what I'm going to do is cut the same thread at both ends.
Right.
So how I teach cutting, I'm just going to whip these off here for a second.
So if you leave that in that exact space where it is now, then the overhead will have found it
Super.
perfectly.
Lovely. So
But no pressure, Jane. You
No
can't move
pressure.
it a millimetre.
No. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut the...
Do you need anything?
No, it's fine. If you look at this, when we come to look at charts and books, we do put a red line where you're going to cut, so you don't have to guess. But
And
it's
that's
good
in
to
the
know.
kit?
It's in the kit.
Brilliant.
But I'm going to cut where the needle's been already. But I never cut an open tunnel. Can you see the difference?
Ah,
So
right.
never cut there, or there, or there, or there.
But then on the
But you
right.
can cut there, there, and there. See the difference?
Yes, because they're
Okay.
enclosed.
And I teach, just because of my own experience, to count from the corner.
Give them 1 second to find you.
So I'm going to get into the corner.
Perfect. You're ready
It's
when
quite
you
a
are.
good way to do it, because you know, and I get 2 threads, whoops. Scissors don't do any damage till you close them.
Oh, that's a
cut
very good
2,
tip, actually.
and then cut 2.
And you're okay where you are now. That looks brilliant.
Yes.
Gosh, you cut 2 and then you're letting it go and then cutting the next 2.
That's it.
That's
Now
very
you'll see
clever.
why in a minute. What I thought I'd do was during the gap, before I'm on air again at 10, I'll finish this off and show you how it's made up. But there you can see, that's how you get the holes.
How brilliant.
Now I'm going to cut the other end of the same threads, which is why,
You use the red line in the chart.
and also I turn the work, because I have found from experience you're less likely to make a counting mistake if you cut from the corner out. So I'm taking 2 threads, 2 threads.
I want to ask you how you know about these experiences, but I
The-
think I understand.
I
And then on the last one that you're cutting off, you did all 4
I did
at
all
once.
4.
But you
So
can because you've
now-
already got those other 2
Yes.
cut.
Now, if you imagine this is a 12-foot table runner, then the same principle would be applying.
And all you're doing now is the cross threads, you just pulled those out.
Yes, there we go.
Gosh,
Hopefully that one's
brilliant.
gone as well. Wait a minute. That's it. So then I would do this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And then, if you can imagine, in a minute, it's going to be made up by joining. Like so, which I'll show you in the second hour. So I'll finish
Perfect.
cutting this for you
Yes.
and then show you a bit more on how
You've
to
got
make
about
it.
11. You've got about 7 or 8 minutes left. So
Shall I do it now?
Please.
Oh,
by
I'll
all
finish it
means.
off. I'll finish this little section then. So I've got to turn the work again, so I'm cutting away from myself. You tell yourself you won't make a mistake. Notice that I'm putting this, it doesn't matter what about the scissors now, but I make sure, whoops, that's 3. I've got 2, and I'm looking at the underneath point. That's imperative. When you cut Hardanger, you can see both points. Now, if you were going to Husfliden, a shop in Bergen, to buy your costume, you would spend in the region of £40,000
I believe that.
on a man's outfit, hand embroidered.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Now, originally what used to happen, and still does happen in Norway, is a woman or a man would start stitching the panel for an apron. I'll show you a picture of those in a minute. When a child is born, so that when it comes to, say, a child's confirmation or special occasion or wedding or whatever, they would have the panel ready to make an apron. What happens often now is the panels are made separately and you can buy a panel. Now, I did attempt to do that in Husfliden. She had a panel there that was probably, I'll just pop that down. So if you look at, the panel would have been so wide and so long to go on an apron, and there'd been mistakes on it and been cut incorrectly. And I said, oh, there were post-it notes. And I said, oh, so how much would this faulty one be then? And she said, that'd be £4,000, please. I went,
You
oh,
bought 2, didn't you?
yeah,
Jane, that looks amazing. Can
So-
you just remind us what we're getting in the kits?
yes. Let's get
So
a kit.
let's get the kit out so we can
So
see.
that's the stage of the stitching that frightens everyone to death.
But it didn't look so hard
no.
when you were doing it.
And
the great thing is it's on the channel now, so you'll be able to go back and
you
watch
bet,
them
absolutely.
again.
Yes, use it over and over again. Oh, elephant's bit. I did say. This all goes
Jane,
back to.
Do you see that pair of scissors there with
I
the
can't-
piece of thing? Unfortunately, I can't hand them to you.
I'll just cut this.
There you
quick.
go, you can do
This
that.
started because we used to get things stolen from the kits when they were in shops. So we had better glue. Right, so let's have a look. Make a space. So you've got your piece of Berlin. Now the thread's quite important. I haven't mentioned that, so let me.
Because I was going to say, is it variegated?
Yes, it's a hand
beautiful.
space dyed thread. This is pure cotton. Now what you're going to do is when you get your threads, you're going to just examine them and you'll see there are 2 thicknesses. This is traditional Hardanger. This isn't just mine. So the blocks are done with a thicker one and then the decoration is done with the thin one,
Right.
which again I will show you in a minute.
Perfect.
So you've got the thick and the thin. This is Oliver Twist threads, and this is their fine and medium cotton. You've got a piece of lining fabric. I made something, you know. We've done them on air before, I think. Sort of humbug shapes, and I'll be completely honest, I did this in cold blood. I did it ready and I filled them with rice. And what do you suppose happened? It all fell out the holes, obviously. I mean, I knew that was going to happen.
Oh my goodness, I hadn't thought of that.
I just hadn't thought about it properly because I was making paperweights. And I fell about with laughter and obviously had to line it. But I can't believe I was that stupid. Anyway, so there's a lining. Now this is quite interesting because you can see the chart. So you can see on here, that's the little middle section, which is there. And ignore all these twiddles, that's the second stage. All you're interested in to start with is the cluster blocks, that you make them match, so verticals opposite vertical, horizontal opposite horizontal, and so on. And then once the whole thing is stitched, you cut it. You never cut anything before you finish, because if you do what I did yesterday, you would have put this one square higher and followed that one all the way around. So then you cut them out with a big pair of scissors, cussed, and did it again. And that was just not paying attention. I was listening to a thriller on the radio and it was fatal.
Got to be done. And then you've got some wonderful instructions there as well.
There,
oh, there's a little button.
Little button for the back. That's
Perfect.
for this little chap here, look. Not necessary, not essential, but quite sweet. And then here's your...
Oh gosh, those instructions are so
Well,
good.
I do try. I mean, this is historic, really, that...
but Jane, you succeed because you're
you can see
so well with these.
You've got the full instructions of how to make it up. And there's me talking about, again, about where you cut and pictures. And then this is the needle weaving, the decorative bit that I've yet to show you. So you've got all your instructions in there. And actually, it's such a small project. I know if you've never done it before, you might think, oh, but actually, you can sit and do this in a few hours.
Well, I have to say, I'm looking at this and thinking, having bought the strawberry book, I think I might well give this one a go
because you've got
first.
Hardanger in that. So
yes,
you could
I know, which I'm thinking of practicing with this. That's brilliant. Now, speaking of Hardanger, you wanted to show us about your lovely little Hardanger book.
Well, this was written, actually, specially because having fallen in love with this technique myself, I was fed up. I'd done a book on disc, a CD book, called Hardanger for the Horrified, because there is this feeling of doing all that embroidery and then chopping it up and making a mistake. So what I did with this book, we published this ourselves, actually partly because it's niche publishing, really, and I couldn't persuade a publisher. This is what I meant about the panels in the costume. Absolutely magnificent embroidery. The matriarch of the family would have a gold crown to wear. If I just whiz through,
you have one.
I don't have a crown.
We should fix that, Jane.
So here we have wrong way up. Here we have, the point of this book is it's step by step. So you work a knot on the front, you work one of the blocks, and that's what it's going to look like.
Oh, Jane, that's so simple.
There's the block. That's what it's going to look like. Keep going round. So it's a bigger version of what I've just done there. Shows you how to finish your threads off at the back. Shows you how to cut. Shows you what it looks like cut. Shows you what it looks like finished. And then, as it's the little test piece, that's your learning piece. Brilliant. Made into a scissor keeper. And then all these other projects are in the book as well. We tried ever so hard to make it very straightforward because I had a one-to-one lesson in California many, many years ago. And even then I was a bit, ooh. But actually once I understood the rules, it was just a joy.
Exactly.
And you can see on here, it shows you which way the blocks go. And it shows you the red line.
With the cutting
where
out.
the cutting's going to be, and actually you don't need those once you understand what you're doing.
Of course, but it just takes practice as well, and those look reasonably achievable until
yes.
you turn to the back of the book, which becomes a little more advanced.
There's a bit more there, but it's only more of the same, you see.
Yeah.
It's only more of the
These are
same.
Brilliant.
And then there's a
These are
section on finishing.
But now we've also got something called Summer Shades tiles.
Now here it is. Now I kept this with this similar sort
wow.
of project here.
So if we wrote, oh, that's beautiful.
Now I've brought this in this time because this is a little bit of Hardanger again. So this is on linen only. You do need the linen because there are lots of different stitches on this project. I mean, I think these are lovely. I know I would. But something that is a seasonal thing is actually quite attractive.
Of course.
I've seen these work all 4 on one fabric, you know, to make a
wow.
picture. You've got quite a few different stitches here. This little Hardanger panel, now somewhere here, I did just stitch this to show you in a different colour, but same principle. So these are 9 straight stitches with 4 in the gaps. And when I come back at 10, I'll show you how you cut that.
Oh, brilliant. So these are exclusive to us as well at the moment?
I'm not,
oh, no,
I'm
they're
not
brand
sure.
new to
brand
us
new
today. Sorry, brand new today.
Brand new
and we
today.
have got a limited number on these as well. Is that the kit just next to
Yes.
you there?
Well done.
And you've got a pair of scissors there to make it
I
a
get
little
chatting
easier.
and then lose track of what I'm doing, I'm sorry.
It is so beautiful and delicate. The
Easily
stitching on there.
distracted, that's me. So we've got a pre-sorted threads again.
Now this is in linen.
This is in linen.
All in linen. You've got your threads already programmed out for you as usual.
This is for the Hardanger bit.
Yes.
The thick and the thin. This time you do have 2 gold needles.
Oh.
Look, goosebumps.
Love it.
Isn't it sad?
It's probably because they're
still
detonating
like
gold on
it.
you. It's wonderful.
I still like it so much.
But the fact you've got such passion for it after doing it so often, I think that's wonderful. And then you've got the colour chart as well.
There's your chart. And it tells you how to do this when you get to it, so don't panic. There are different stitches on this. I wouldn't call this your first cross-stitch project.
No.
But it could certainly be your
Don't
second.
worry, I wasn't considering it. But again, each one of these had those incredible instructions that you do.
So lots and lots of distractions, detailed pictures. The thing, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I've got a very clever phone now. And I mean, I can take when I'm working on my desk.
You take photos.
I just
as
take
you
photos
go.
all the
It's wonderful.
time because it makes such a difference, doesn't it?
My only quick tip for that is make sure you take the photos as you go on every step, because you get 4 steps down and you've
You
forgotten
think,
2 steps.
absolutely,
Completely.
absolutely.
Ask me how I know.
Yes,
Jane, I cannot thank you enough. These have been absolutely amazing. I always love the hours with you. You're amazing.
you.
And you're coming back.
I'm back
so
at
you get to
10.
go and put your feet up now and sign the 4,000 books that are sitting
Actually,
outside
I'm going to
waiting
go
for
and
you.
mend this. See you soon.
Coming up at 10 o'clock, we've already seen the beautiful seasonal watt bows that we've got here, but what we haven't shown you is this incredible bag with this absolutely beautiful beadwork. You can just see these beautiful beadworks here. And these are brand new to us today. What's it called? The Beaded Tudor Sweetie Bag. Are there sweeties in here?
No, I'll explain at
Oh.
10.
But look at the detailing on there. And
It is
these
pretty.
gorgeous little beads on there. They're fabulous. Now, these are coming up at 10 o'clock along with the watt bows. We've got these wonderful little watt bows here. And in the next few minutes, we're going to have our next hourly special. Oh, the Tula is now officially sold out and gone. Well done for all of you who got that. And now we've got Block of the Week. We've got Block of the Week and the Stitch Remover, which has to be my most favourite tool that I have played with on air. It's absolutely brilliant. So we'll be back in a few minutes. We're just going to go and re-get the set ready. Make sure we've got Jane ready to have a nice cup of coffee. Can't leave her on her own out there. So now, did anybody bring birthday cake in?
Did we?
It's a half birthday. We should have a half birthday cake at the very least. Maybe a cupcake. Little birthday cupcakes. So we're going to go now and have a little break and we'll be right back.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping. Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck.
Hello and welcome. We love hearing from you and we really hope that you can follow us on our social media platforms. We've got Instagram, which is at Sewing Street. We have Facebook. We've got two Facebook pages. One is the Sewing Street TV page and the other one is Sewing Street Fans. All three of these are monitored all the time by our wonderful team, and if you want to message us on air, drop us a line on either of those three and we'll definitely be able to answer your questions that you may have. If you post on the actual wall, we can perhaps answer there. Otherwise, message us as well. That works really, really well. Thank you so much for being involved, and it's only because of this community that we're able to bring you all these different diverse products and to be able to answer your questions that you may have. Another way you can stay in touch with us is by signing up to our newsletter. These newsletters are sent out to you very regularly and they include not only our guest profiles of upcoming guests, but also amazing shows that we've got coming up for you. And if you want to look at the amazing products before everybody else, that's the best way to do it. If you'd like to sign up and you haven't already, the link to follow is www.sewingstreet.com/sign up. You won't regret it. Thank you.
To seam ripper. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter. But I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
Hello? Sorry, let me try that again with actually having my microphone turned on. I apologise about that. Welcome back. We've got our half birthday today, and like with all wonderful new babies, we always want to celebrate all those little milestones. Half a year, 6 months, we've made it. So excited. But the great thing is because you've been able to give us such amazing support over the last 6 months, and what a difficult 6 months it's been, we're able to bring you some fabulous little deals that we've got for you today. The first thing we're going to have is if you shop with us today, you're going to be able to get one of our Sewing Street badges, totally exclusive and really beautiful. I love the fact that they've kept these as hexagons because you can then tessellate these together when you get a whole group of them together. You can put them in like a giant hexagon if you're doing EPP. Now when you get this, check the back. Don't throw the piece of paper away. I'm not going to say any more. So everybody who purchases anything through the show today will get one of these automatically. It'll go into your basket. Nothing to pay, no code to enter. That automatically pops into your basket. One per customer for the whole day to celebrate our half birthday. But on top of that, we've also got this wonderful little competition that we're running. And the competition you're going to get entered into automatically. You don't need to do anything. First prize is 15 of these incredible Liberty Fat Quarters. You're automatically being entered into this competition for that. And then when you are, when you check out, you need to, once you've checked out, you'll automatically be entered into the competition. You need to make sure that you have checked out. So first prize here is you're getting 15 Fat Quarters of the Liberty. Then second prize, you're going to be getting 2 of our exclusive Sewing Street, what are we calling these? Design panels. I'm sorry, I forgot. These charm squares here, we've got one of them is the charm squares. So first, second and third prize, we'll get each of them will get one of those. And then last, the other pack you're getting, which I am absolutely besotted with, I love this next collection here, is this wonderful collection. Look at these gorgeous sewing machines. Now, being a collector of sewing machines here, you can see this is one of Debbie Shaw's panels, and you can just tell how beautiful this is. So anybody who enters and comes in second or third, you're going to get one of these incredible, incredible design panels. All you have to do is make sure that you have checked out today by making a purchase, and you'll automatically get the badge for free. And once you've checked out, you'll automatically have been entered into the competition. First prize is the 15 Fat Quarters from Liberty. Second and third prizes are one of these gorgeous Debbie Shaw panels, or you're going to get one of the fabulous, this is the Harbour range. Just double check, the Harbour range, I just wanted to double check. We've got so many beautiful products, I wanted to make sure I got the right name there. But these are our second and third prize winners for our competition there today. All you have to do is check out, just automatically entered in once you've checked out. So that's there. And then I'd love to re-show you the early bird. It's gone, sold out. I'd love to show you our first half-day birthday special. Gone, sold out. So we're hoping this is going to last for the rest of the demo, because one of the most fabulous gadgets I have ever seen with regards to sewing is this fantastic Bridgewater stitch remover. So let me show you what you get in your lovely little box. Not only are you getting the wonderful tool, you're also getting the brush to keep it clean, the oil to keep it going, and the charger, because once you've charged it up, there's a battery on the inside of it, which means even when it's not plugged in, it still works, which is fantastic because you can then just keep going as you like. So this is the main star of the show, but they're giving you this wonderful little pen for free. This is a water erasable fabric marker. Don't iron it. I'll tell you how I know, or you can just go back and watch the show yourself. Don't iron those because they become permanent. But you get those all together for that one price of $29.99. Now, many of you have not seen how these work, and I know I'm a gadget person myself, but when I look at things, I'm going to go, yep, that's going to tear my fabric, that's not going to be very good. It almost makes me want to sew my stitches wrong so I can use it. So what I'm going to do now, you get this, I've got some stitched fabric here. I'm going to start on this side just to make my life easier. What? Oh my goodness, I haven't even demoed it and half the stock is gone. So all of you out there, you know what you're doing. They are fabulous. So what I've done here is I've just stitched a line, okay? I'm going to take my little my little unpicker, and all you're doing is you just follow that seam line, and once you can get some anchorage with your hand, this is it. It just goes all the way along. And you can see it almost makes you want to stitch things incorrectly just so that you can use it. And when you get a good run on it, you can tell it just goes brilliantly. Now, when I saw this the first time, I thought, yeah, that's going to tear the fabric. Look, it's not. Even when I put it on like that, it's not tearing the fabric at all. And look, it's just fabulous. I love it. I bought one myself this morning because every time it's been on air, I've not been able to get one. So I bought one myself. They are just so easy to use. And you can tell it has not damaged the fabric in any way whatsoever. It is very safe, really easy to use. And just in case you didn't think, I'm going to do it again, just because it is such fun. So all you're doing is you're taking, how much? Quarter. Gosh. So all you're doing, you can see this is stitched to the very edge. I'm just going to put that in there to try and get, doing it at a funny angle, you see. There we go. So I put that there. The seam line is there. And all you're doing is you're just following it along. Oh. And you just keep going. Unpicking has never been so easy. It is just so simple. Just look how easy that flows through. And there are no this is all live. There is nothing is set up. That's why it sells out every single time it's on, because they are just so fantastic. It's just brilliant. There's another one done. Now this one, just to show you, these are all fully sewn up. They're not already sewn up. You can see my lovely little red line all the way through. And all you're doing, exactly the same as I did before. I just try and move this a little bit to get a tiny little bit open. And literally all you're doing. Oh. And as you keep going, you'll find a way of holding it. I'm finding oh, it's all gone. Even though you haven't got it, I'm going to just finish this strip. What I do is I hold my little finger down there and I do that, because all you're doing is you're anchoring your bottom fabric. And there we go. And you just keep going the whole way down. So there we go. They are all sold out again. I'm not surprised. Such a great deal. And congratulations if you've got one already. And enjoy your wonderful free gift that we've sent you through with this wonderful tool. Now, don't forget our next special. We've got new specials on at every hour. At our 10 o'clock hour, we're going to have this fantastic tartan box. I just cannot get over how beautiful the fabrics are on these. This gorgeous feel of tartan here, this wonderful herringbone. And you've got this wonderful container, a huge amount of space there, and this wonderful hard tray that you're easily able to put all your notions, etc. in. Any form of storage and bits and bobs you need to do at the bottom, and then all your notions just go straight back in, and then that closes up nicely there on the edge of the box. And you carry there. Now, congratulations to everybody who's got that already. If you do want to have a little sneak peek, because everything seems to be selling out so quickly, if you do want to have a little sneak peek at our 10 o'clock, that's what we've got. A fabulous little product there. Now, don't forget, we have got our fabulous block of the week. Now, this week, you will see we've got 2 blocks of the week because I'm having a little holiday. I'm taking next Friday off because I'm going away with my friends that I haven't seen in over a year. So we try and go away every year. So I apologize. We're going away on Friday morning, which means I'm going to miss you. I'm really sorry. But I've got 2 blocks for you this week. We had 2 last week. We'll have 2 this week. And we'll just see how that all goes. So the first thing we've got to do, let me explain to you what block of the week is. We've got 2 different colourways that we've done our block of the week, and we've got 3 different colourways to go behind, and all of a sudden I hear everybody going, huh? So what we've done is we have created this fabulous block of the week. We've done 2 main colourways. Let me show you. The one that I think is a little bit more modern, a little bit out there, a little bit pushing your boundaries, trying to see whether this is something for you. And what we've done is we've created this block of the week with a black background. Now, black is quite a contemporary choice. Not many people use black as a background, but I think you'll agree it's really fun. And it really highlights those fabulous colours in there. They are just so gorgeous. So that is our Blossoms colorway in the black. And what we're doing is we're selling each week. You're going to get the Blossom panel and the instructions. But what you won't get in the little bundle is your backing. So what we've done this time around is we're going to give you a panel of colors each week. This is the first time you're going to have all 8 of our colors in our block of the block 5. These are all 8 of the colours here. And what we're going to be doing then is you are going to need to get 2.5 meters of background colour. So what we've done here is we've decided, we thought the 3 main ones people would use are either our white. And then what we'll do here is you're going to need 2.5 meters of this for the whole project. That's your borders, your sashings, your bindings, everything. So what I'm doing here is I'm just showing you what the white would look like around your fabric, because I think it's quite nice to be able to see exactly what it looks like. And you can see that's what the white would look like. Now you will need to buy your background fabric, which is 2.5 meters. And this is now only a single purchase. You won't need to buy that again. So that's £17.45 for that 2.5 meters. If you're going to go for the white, that's on your screen at the moment. And what we're doing with that is that's everything. Your binding, your borders and your sashing, and for all the things in the block. So that's you done for all of the fabric in the background. And that way we were able to bring you the panels which focus on those wonderful colors going with it. Now we've got 2 colorways with this design this time round. We've got the Blossom, which is the one I've just shown you, and I've got the Rainbow. Now the reason I'm showing them to you here is because I want you to be able to have a little look and see which you prefer with the background. So this is the Rainbow panel on the back of the white fabric, so you can see which fabric you actually prefer the backgrounds being on. So that's a nice big colorway there, and you are able to then see that on the white. And then what I'll do is I'm going to show you each one of these on each of the colorways, so you can see which one you prefer, whether you prefer the white, the cream, or the black. Now that's also what 1/2 meter of the fabric looks like. So we do sell these by the 1/2 meter. You can buy them by the 1/2 meter as you go along. The borders and sashing will use 1.2 meters of fabric. So if you just wanted to buy it as you go, that just gives you a bit of a guide as to how much you need for each time. So there we go. Now block 5, let me show you what that's going to look like today. So these are the instructions that come with the panel. And then obviously whether you're buying the Rainbow panel, which is this one here, you're going to get that wonderful panel and the instructions all there for £7.99. That's what you're going to get. And let me show you then what this looks like in our colorways. Right, so this is number 5 in our Rainbows colorway. Such a good product. I love this little block. It's so fun. That's with the white background there. That's the Rainbow colorway. We've also got this in our Blossom colorway. I'm just grabbing number 6 out as well while I'm here. And then this is block number 5 in our Rainbows colorway, but with a cream background. And you can see just how fun that is. I do think that the cream works very, very well with this colorway. And remember again, we've got those bundles of cream available for £17.45 for the 2.5 meters. So we can just show you now what these all look like on the cream and the black. So that's our bundle for our Rainbow. If we are going to look at the black colorway, in case people want to see what that looks like. Now remember, we sell the black by the 1/2 meter, but you do need 2.5 meters of the black in order to make this your quilt. So you can see that is what it looks like with the black. This might be easier if I use my little sample pieces, because that might not be quite as visible for you. So you can see that's the black with the sample pieces, and then you don't end up with, oh, where am I going? There we go. You can see that just works so beautifully with the black there. This is our Rainbow colorway, but if we also want our Blossom colorway, this is what the Blossom colorway would look like with the black. I really love the black background. I think it's really good. And then if you don't like the black or the white, we've also got the wonderful cream. Got this cream available as well. Now remember, we've got these by the 1/2 meter, so you can buy them as you go, or you can buy that 2.5 meter bundle all in one go. This is now the cream colorway here. Gorgeous colorway this. And again, remember, we got these by the 1/2 meter, or we've got them in bundles. And you can see that's what the Blossom colorway looks like in the cream. And you've also got the Rainbow then available with the cream background there. And I love the way that we've been able to do this with a different coloured background, because I think it's quite nice for you to be able to have that choice in the background where you've got these gorgeous colours that we've chosen to go for that. The team works so hard to make these beautiful fabrics for you. And they're exclusive to Sewing Street. Can't get them anywhere else. So those are that's where we are there. Now that is block 5. I'm just going to give you a sneak peek of block 6 as well. I'll be demoing both of these. So that is number 6. You know what it's like when you've got 6 things on your desk and you put them all in one place. There we go. So this is block 6 in our Blossom colourway. Look at that. I just love that. And I've done that in the cream background there. I think that works very, very well. My demo, I've done it with a white background because I'm normally demoing in the black. So I wanted to try something different. That's our Blossom colourway there. And then for our Rainbow colourway, the finished product looks like that. Love that. I just think they're so bright. And what's so great about this block of the week is what we're doing is it's a skill builder. So each block that you do, you're going to expand your skills, and you're going to be able to see all the different ways you've improved as you go along. And this is a really good example of showing you how you're going to have been improved, because all the instructions are very, very clear, lots of diagrams as to what you're building, and you'll be able to see how it is that you do all of these, making sure that you work with your bias and you check all of that. But I'll go through all of that at the end of this hour to do block 6. So that's a nice little sneak peek for you there for number 6. So just to remind you, block 5, this is what your panel looks like for block 5. And this is the instructions. Sorry, I've got that the wrong way around. So you've got the block 5 panel here with all the fabric, and you've got the instructions here. The instructions have got loads of pictures in on how you cut everything out and do all of that. So that is your Blossoms colourway, and we've also got our Rainbow colourway as well, which is, oh, I just adore these rainbow ones. And then that's our Rainbow colourway there. And remember, you will need to buy your background fabric. In the pattern, you'll see that I've got them as grey. Now, one thing just to remind all of you, in all of our cutting instructions, we have got all referred to fabric 1, which is your background, fabric 2, which is my dark green in the picture there, and on the top of each of these different panels, you'll see it says fabric 2, that's on the Rainbow, and if I rotate this down, fabric 2 in the Blossom, and then over there, fabric 3 for the Blossom, and then over here, you've got fabric 3 for the Rainbow. All of those are written here, and it just gives you a nice corresponding colour. But if you ever get confused, it's all on the back page for you to be able to refer back to. We wanted to try and make this as easy as possible for you. So numbering them from fabrics 2 to 9, that's what's always going to be on your panel. And then fabric number 1 will be what's your border. So that's just a nice simple way of being able to show you what you've got there. So those are our panels for block 5 and the instructions. Instructions are the same for both of these kits. Now my only top tip on this is, having done it myself, make sure you measure everything carefully. Make sure you double check the instructions for cutting. There isn't a huge amount of fabric to play with, so do make sure that you check everything as you go. Oh, I've just realised I've not shown you the finished product in grey and with white and in with the cream. So this is, I've got it upside down, let me get it the right way around. This is our Rainbow colourway with a white background. And you can see as I try and slowly rotate this up, it's a really sweet design. And each one of these blocks, you will improve your skills as you go along. You can see that wonderful heart block on the side. That's going to be our last block, which is our beautiful applique block. And the great thing with these is as well, you can use these for making individual pieces. Perhaps you want it as a cushion or an outside of a bag. It doesn't have to be for the whole quilt. You can just pop in and out as you like. And then lastly, we've got our wonderful Rainbow colourway in our cream background. And you can see the difference on each one of them as you choose the background is so, so, so incredible. And you've then got that choice of being able to then choose the colourway that you did. One lady online, which I love, is the online feedback on it with people making their blocks as they go. One lady chose a beautiful claret to use, which is a deep purple, which I think's worked very, very well as well. So that's a nice way of being able to keep in touch with that. So when I do this block, first thing I'm doing is I'm cutting off the selvage. and I'm using the rainbow colorway here for number 5. When I cut off my selvage, because I'm very proud my name's on it, I get very excited every time I see that, you'll see I've cut this a little bit lower because I've got my fabrics 2, 3, 4, 5 all numbered out. And then when I cut my next piece down, I take this out and I then get fabric 6, 7, 8, 9. So I've always got that at the top of my cutting board when I have my instructions ready to cut everything out. I make sure that I've got all my, so when I know fabric 4 is there, I'm going to fabric 4, that's my dark blue, and I know exactly what it is that I'm cutting out. Now I'm going to be cheating a little bit here because I've got a finished block. I might as well refer back to it to make sure that I'm getting this in the right order. And I have cheated because obviously trying to do this all on air in a short space of time, I want to make sure that I've got everything ready for you. But the good thing is I've done these all in key stages because making these is the same for 5 of the blocks. So we wanted to make sure, let me get this the right way around. There we go. And then that's there. That's there. And there we go. So all you do is, whatever I always advise whenever you're making this block is separate everything out, lay it all out nicely so you know where it is that you're going with everything. And that way you can then just play with it nicely and make sure that it's all going in the right direction there. So you can see that's what you're making. So you can see this block, this block, this block, this block, and this block are all identical to make. And the way that we do this, that's the best way of doing it, is we fold the little triangle on top of little triangle, and then I take those to my sewing machine because I like chain piecing, and I put them there because then I know I'm sewing on that side. And then I take that and I rotate this round and I put it there. Now the reason I do that is because if you put this that way, if I put that one that way and that one that way, they're going to be completely wrong, and you're going to have to use your wonderful Bridgewater seam ripper to unpick all of those, which isn't a chore, I know, but we just want to make sure that I've got these all going in the right direction. So I'm putting this on top of that one, and I know that that is the seam I'm wanting to be sewing. So now all I do is I take these over to my machine. The other day Wendy Orlando was in and she was pressing her foot on the plug trying to get the sewing machine to work. So I was just trying to avoid that happening again. And now, because I love my chain piecing process, I just slowly go through this. And remember, everything that you're putting through the sewing machine now is on the bias. So you're wanting to make sure that you're not going to be stretching anything. And I love a bit of chain piecing, so you'll see I'm just putting all 4 of these through the machine in one go. And last but not least, brilliant. And the great thing about this wonderful little June Taylor cutting mat is we just pop that there. Sorry, that's just the ironing board, that's not the cutting mat combination. I've heard that's been out of stock for a little while. Now with me, I am a firm believer that if you haven't tried pressing your seams open before, try it now. If you prefer to press your seams to one side, or you've never pressed your seams to one side, try it, see which works best for you. So all I'm doing now is I'm just pressing my seams open, because you all know I love doing that. And then once I've pressed all of these open, I'm going to put them back in the system, in the block design to know exactly where everything's going, to make sure I then put these all back together the correct way. And remember, you've got bias here absolutely on every corner, so don't manipulate the fabric too much. All you're doing is you're just putting the iron neatly on top of it, and you just press those seams open so that you're not in any way going to stretch the fabrics. And you're pressing, not ironing. So now what we're doing next is we take these and put them back in the equation over here. And I'm very happy to say that all of them are the right way around. Now we're going to sew these together, and this is where you do need to pay a little bit of attention. Now I've pressed my seams open, so when I come to this point here, and we can So when we do this, you can see if I roll that back, you can see that's not lined up because my seam at the bottom versus the seam on the top are not lined up. So all you do is you just maneuver the fabric ever so slightly until when you rotate these back, those seams are exactly in line. There we go, you can see that there. And then when I do that, if you now want to pin, that's where you're going to pin. If you do put your seams to one side, make sure they're both going in the same direction because then they'll nestle in nicely there. But we're trying to make sure when you sew these together, you see how those 2 points match perfectly there? We're trying to get exactly the same thing over here. Now, if you get it wrong, don't worry. I wouldn't unpick it because you will cause a stretch in the bias. The buttons were invented for little errors like that. So once you finish the quilting, stick a button on it if you've got a problem with it. But for me, it's more about making sure that you just improve your skills as you go along. And if you're not quite as accurate, that's okay. And I do think if your machine's got the option of being needle down as you're doing this, that will make your life a little bit easier. And then on this side, it's exactly the same thing. So you're going to do exactly the same methodology for all 5 of them. You're going to line these blocks up perfectly, fold that back to check that you're in a nice straight line there, and then get that all felt there, and in we go onto the machine there. Perfect. Well, hopefully perfect. Now the great thing about this block of the week is if you haven't started this already with us, you can start at any time. These are always available on the website. Even the old one that we did, the block of the week, which was called the Welcome Quilt, that's also available online. All 13 different blocks in the 12 blocks and the borders and sashing fabrics. All of that's available for you as a block altogether. And you'll see as well, if you check on the website, there are bundles as well for the blocks that we've done already, from blocks 1 to 4. You'll see there's a bundle available as well. And they're all exclusive to Sewing Street too. All the fabrics are exclusive to us as well. Now for myself, I'm a long arm quilter, so I prefer the seams going out for 2 reasons. Firstly, it creates less bulk, but also I can prepare myself for moments like this where I have literally missed it by 1 thread. And then when I turn it over, I'm not going to be upset about it. But I have missed that one, but that one is, you cannot get more perfect than that one. So it's a case of it is entirely, there is much debate about whether it's seams open, seams closed, and personally I don't think there's a right or wrong. It's what works best for you, so you choose it. And the great thing about doing these little blocks is that you can choose it as you go along. So all I've done here is you'll see that I've sewn those together, and you'll follow the pattern to make sure that you've got these correct. Now if you want to check that you've got these the right size, top tip, take your square, pop it on top, and if the square is the same size as the block underneath, you've done well. If your square is slightly smaller, then you've probably got your seam too small. And if your square is bigger, your seam on the back of this will be too big. So when you do this, it's a good time to go and have a look at your block and see if it is exactly the same size. That's a good way of learning. And that's when you can make a decision. If this is too big at this point, you can then go and trim this off. But I would say if you're going to trim it equally on all 4 sides. If it's too small, then I would consider looking at the back and seeing what the problem is and making sure you can then make a decision. Either you then unpick and redo it, or if this is too small, you then split the difference. So if the white was, say, 2 threads too small all the way around, then you just align it that it's 1 thread all the way around, and you can then fix the error that way. Have a little look on my block of the week borders and sashing demo for the Welcome Quilt. You'll see there are lots of hints and tips of how to actually then make your block work if you have had 1 or 2 little errors. I call them creative adjustments or learning skills. Either are absolutely fine, and we all have them. It's totally normal. Just don't be upset about it. You've tried. It's nothing worse than not trying. Wonderful. And I'm working in the rainbow. There are 2 colorways here. We've got the rainbow and the blossom. Both are equally as fun. And all I've done now is you'll see that I've sewn those together, and then I'm going to put that on there. And once I've done that, I've got three long strips to sew together. Brilliant. Now, I think all of you are okay with sewing long seams like this. I'll do one and show you. What you are hoping to have is that little blue mark there and that little mark there line up perfectly. So what I'll do is I'll just press these two open to show you what I mean, to make sure that we can do that. And then you're going to do that with both of these sides to make sure that it all lines up beautifully. And as well, at this point, when you've made block 5, I hope you're able to turn back and look at the previous blocks you've done and see how you've improved in your skills and your techniques, because that's the whole point of this, is to be able to do it as a skill builder and being able to improve as you go. It's such a fun project. Now, the only thing with this is make sure you got them the right way round. Ask me how I know. So there we go there. Now all I'm going to do is when I line these up, I'm going to try very hard to match these seams here. So all I'm doing is I'm plopping that on top of the other, and I'm going to start off as I go. I'm going to line these two up perfectly, line these up, and then when I line these up, I roll this back to check that not only is this seam here lined up, you'll see the seam here lined up, but also as I roll, the point of that triangle meets the point of that triangle over there. Now, I'm not a big pinner, I really am not, but at this point, if you are, this is when you would actually get your pins out and you would then attach that there. I'm going to wing it and see how it goes. I should be okay. Just going to pop my foot down. There we go. Now I think I just missed that, so I'm going to show you a little trick if you have. Right, so over here, oh no! Oh, I have missed it ever so slightly. So over here, at this point, you'll see I've just missed that point there, and it's not by much. But here is a really, really important, a nice way of doing it. So you can see over here, as I've stitched, you'll see I'm ever so slightly out over there. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to start over here, I'm going to hit that point there and end over here. I'm not unpicking anything, I'm not doing anything more. All I'm doing is I'm starting about 1.5 inches away from that seam, and I'm going to slow down because I was going a little bit fast at this point. And there we go. You can see over here, I wobbled as I was stitching there. And now all I've done is I've gone back to do that. And as I fold that open, voila, it's perfect. So if you do ever have a wobble like that, that's the easiest way of doing it. And then all you're going to do is you're going to sew that one over there. And that's block 5. Block 5 will look like that when it's finished in the rainbow with the white background. And then the blossom with the cream background. I'm hearing that if you are after the white background, we are, how many did you say we had left? Right, so the white fabric, as everybody knows, is incredibly hard to get hold of at the moment. So there are 2 of the white backgrounds left. That's 2 lots of 2.5 meters. Lots of you have already checked out and have managed to get it, but there are only 2 bundles left of the 2.5 meters in white. So if you want that, make sure you get that in your basket very, very quickly. We don't want you missing out. Now, we are going to now move on to block 6. Oh, that's a good tip as well. Because we're doing 2 blocks in one day, you're only going to pay 1 postage and packaging. Oh, that's a clever idea. So you're saving £3.95 by doing it 1 week at a time, 2 weeks at a time. So what we're going to do now is we've got block 6. Let me show you what block 6 looks like with a white background on our rainbow. That's our white background with our rainbow. Remember, you are going to need to buy the white background. If you are going to be making this quilt, you need to buy 2.5 meters there. So that is what the finished block looks like in the rainbow colorway on white. This is what the blossom colorway looks like in cream. And this is on our block 6. So each one of these will come to you. This is going to be your panel for block 6 in our blossom colorway. So not only are you getting this wonderful panel, I should have picked up the instructions before I did that, sorry about that. So we've got our wonderful set of instructions and the panel, all of that available for $7.99. And you can just see that's a really fun design that. You can do that as a wonderful cushion cover, as a bag cover. It's a really nice little block, this. Now, I will say when you are cutting this, be very, very cautious. Double check your instructions. Check what it is, because I miscut it myself and I wrote the pattern. So it will happen, and that's absolutely fine. So do just take care on that. So this is now our rainbow colorway and our pattern available there. That's what the block looks, the panel looks like, and the instructions. That's going to be $7.99 today. And these are the finished blocks I've shown you already. And I'm now going to be using my rainbow colorway, and I'm doing this with a white background. But I am going to have to cut fabric number 9 and fabric number 4 again. Only because, you know, things go wrong sometimes. So where are... So there we go. Now I know exactly what size I'm cutting this to, so I'm just going to cut out a chunk of the block here. Oh, almost there. I think there's a nick in my blade. There we go. And there's one there as well. Right. So when I show you the panel later and there's a chunk missing out of it, yours won't have a chunk missing out of it. So there we go. I'm going to cut these now to the size they need to be. And then I'm cutting one long diagonal, not 2 long diagonals. Now this is why everybody always says to me, what square ruler do you recommend? I always use the 8.5 inch square, because exactly like this, when I come to cut something a little bit bigger, it's nice to have that extra 2 inches from the 6.5 inch square ruler. It just makes your life that little bit easier, because sometimes you do need to cut that ever so slightly larger block and those larger pieces, and the 8.5 inch square does make things a lot easier. Come on. So at that point you've got a nick in your blade. You can see there, that's just perfect, having that 8.5 inch square, being able to then just trim these down exactly as you need to. Now, being a shopping channel, at this point I would say to you, change your blade. It's silly not changing your blade. So that's that one there. I did have block 6 and it's here. I knew I had it somewhere. Right, so my finished block 6 looks like that. I'm now going to take this and lay it all out. And as you can tell, I've done a little bit of prep for you, just because I was a little worried we might not get the whole demo in. But I will say this is one of the nicest blocks to make. I thought it was really such a lovely, lovely block, because you've got this wonderful pinwheel in the middle, and building this pinwheel was so much fun. I really, really enjoyed doing pinwheels. And each time I do cut these out, I always cut the top strip off, which have got the fabric numbers in. I make sure I've got all of those there, and I put those at the top of my cutting board every single time. It just makes your life that little bit easier to make sure you're not going to miss anything, and you're going to get everything lined up perfectly. And I always make sure I lay the block out first, so that I know what it is I'm working towards, to make sure that everything is in the correct place and I've cut everything out correctly and it's all just ready to go. So when you look at this, you'll see that these pink ones are going in a pinwheel. You can see that fabric number 6 is also going in a little pinwheel. And then this lovely little yellow here, which I think is fabric number 5. I've forgotten the numbers of the fabrics, sorry. Yes, fabric number 5, you can see these are also in a little pinwheel. So it just creates this wonderful, wonderful little block there. So the first thing we're going to make is our half square triangles in the corner over here. So all you're doing there is, remember, this has got a bias edge over here and this has a bias edge. So when you put these together, I line these 2 corners over here perfectly over there. And then I take these to the sewing machine and I put them in the sewing machine, but I'm not touching it, I'm not pinning it, I'm lining it up, and I'm letting my sewing machine do all the work for me. And all I'm doing is just gently guiding it in from the sides that have got the warp and the weft on. The warp and the weft are on the edges here, which don't have a bias edge. And you just let that slide through the sewing machine ever so beautifully. And then you just chain piece the next sector in again. Exactly the same way, lining those up. And off we go. Oh, I made a little bit of a whoopsie there. So there we go. And then these are ready to go in the corner over here. Now the next bit to do, which is a little bit harder to do, is these bits over here. So you've cut your triangles out. So when I put the pink on the top there, and I'm only saying pink because you can see it's pink here, I'm lining this corner up first. This is the important bit, that you need to line this up perfectly, because if you line it up to the top, you're not going to be able to fit the block on and it'll be the wrong size. So this bit here is where you align your fabric to. And when you do that, you again just let this bias edge go easily through the machine. I'm hearing we've had a message in from Kate. Morning, Kate. She's saying, John, I love your shirt. Thank you. And she's loving the blocks as well. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you're watching. Thank you. Are you enjoying our half birthday? Now this one again, I'm also pressing my seams open on this one. Again, you press these how you want. I'm pressing my seams open. And the 2 that I pressed previously, I'm just going to press these open as well. We're doing block 6 at the moment because I'm having a holiday. I'm going on holiday. So excited, which is also a great thing because by doing 2 blocks in a week, you only pay 1 postage and packaging, so you're saving $3.95. And today's our half birthday, so you'll be able to then go and be able to take your saving and you're getting the wonderful badge and you're entered into a competition. There's just lots and lots going on today. So all I'm doing now is I'm lining this back up. Now, once I've done this, and you can see I lined the fabric up with the bottom edge there, the next pink one goes in that corner, and I'm doing exactly the same thing. I'm lining this bit up here. Now, it's really important that you line this up here because when you do, you create that point at the top, which means you can join them on together. So all you're doing now is you're lining those up there and just going straight down that seam, letting the machine deal with the bias itself. And what is so great about being able to do this while I press this seam open again, and by doing pressing the seam open, it just makes your block that little bit flatter. But again, if you don't want to try that, you do it however works best for you. And by lining those blocks up at the bottom here, you'll see you've now got that point at the top to be able to keep your 1/4 inch, your seam allowance there. So now I'm joining these 2 together. And the reason we do that is then we've got our piece that is ready to go on the top and the bottom of your block as you go through. And then our last little bit there, we're going to pop that on as well. Now the one thing I will suggest that you do is always make sure once you've sewn it, put it back in and check that it's going the right way. Ask me how I know. Because the number of times that I've switched these round and I've had them sewn like that and it doesn't work. They're meant to look like that because then this creates an extra pattern as you go through. So just make sure you double check you've got those going the right way round. I always point out the areas that I've made mistakes so that hopefully you won't make the same ones. So that's the second hardest section of this block. And you're all done. That's it. You're going to make 2 of those. You'll see I've made one at the top and now I've made one at the bottom. And then I'm going to make 2 more of these on the side, just for those to go on. And then this is the bit that I absolutely love about this block. So you remember in block 5, where we were joining these 2 together, you're doing exactly the same thing. These are just ever so slightly smaller. So I line these together and I make sure that I'm lining them up on these edges here. And it's all nice and square. They should be identical sizes. And then you're just going to put a seam down this edge over here. And this is what I love, is that block 5 has helped lead into block 6. And it just means then block 6 leads into block 7. And it's just this wonderful synergy between all the blocks being able to make it work. So there we go, we've now stitched that. And now you can see, because my yellow's at the bottom, I know that I've stitched it the right way. And then when I plop that on top of that, they should be the identical size. And my seam is perfect. That is exactly what I'm looking for. Now, when I come to sew these, what I always do is I have this one on the bottom, because that way then, because I press my seams open, I can double check that these aren't going to fold over as I go along. And I've just moved that out of shot for you. Sorry there, Marcus. So there we go. Oh, and of course my bobbin has run out halfway through this, so that is always annoying. I have got the little box here. Is there a wound bobbin? There is not. And I love it, the pitter-patter of feet getting the bobbins sorted. Thank you. This is going to be the fastest bobbin wind in the history of Sewing Street. And this machine is so good for it, but I'm committing a cardinal sin by not taking the plastics off first. I hope Jenny Raymond's not watching it, because she'd go, oh, have you got one? Woohoo! Thank you, sir. There we go. And I was about to commit heresy with this, and I would have had my lovely friend Jenny call me and tell me off. Quite rightly. Quite rightly. So, with a full bobbin, playing bobbin war there, and I lost. We all have that. So now all we're doing there is just sewing down this line 1/4 of an inch. And there we go. And then I'm pressing this open. Now these ones, I do think it works better when you press them open. And now again, we're making sure that our pinwheel goes in the right direction. So you can see I've got a pink there, pink there, pink there, and pink there, creating this wonderful pinwheel effect. Now you'll see I've already sewn these 2 together, so I'm going to do exactly the same over here. I put one on top of the other, try and line up all 4 squares as I go, and then I fold this back, and you'll see that there's a seam here and a seam there. I want to make sure that those seams are in a perfect line. I'm going to pop that over there. Hopefully this will work. Right, and now all I'm doing is I'm pressing that open again. And then once I've done that, all I'm doing is, you can tell I've sewn these 2 together, so I'm doing that twice. I then put these one on top of the other, and I'm sewing these together. Now, what I will need to do is to check that this line in the middle lines up perfectly, and that the seam in the middle matches perfectly. Now, I can see now already they're not going to, simply because I've used 2 different sewing machines, and my seam allowance on the back is too thin compared to this side. That's correct. This is a little bit thin. So I'm going to sew these together, but it's not going to be square. So just what's important is that you match this middle point. That is the most important bit here. Gosh, doesn't an hour go by quickly? Now, when people ask me why is it I press my seams open, let me show you. This is a perfect example. You can see you've got this massive amount of fabric joining together in the middle there. If I'd pressed everything to one side, I'd have had a massive lump. So there we go. We're just trying to make sure that that now presses exactly in the middle there. And once we've done that, you're sewing that to that edge, and then you're sewing that there and that there. And that's your block 6. A really, really lovely block there. A little bit of concentration needed in certain areas. And I've highlighted those as we go. You need to make sure that we try and get that point in the middle. Make sure you focus on when you're dealing with the bias over here. When you're sewing these together, make sure you get that point lined up with that point there. And voila, you've got block 6 ready to go. These are now the blossom colorway that I'm doing at the moment, and I use the white colorway. We only had 2 of the white colorways, the white background fabrics left when we started this hour. I'm not sure how many we've got now. I'm going to show you my blossom colorway. Now remember, I cut a large chunk out of it during this one. Yours will come to you fully correct and all fine. So you're getting the wonderful instructions there for block 6. You will have a full panel there, other than the one I've just shown you where I've cut a bit out. So that's going to be your blossom colorway there. Then we've got our rainbow colorway here for number 6. Nope, that's number 5. What have I done with the rainbow? This is really annoying. I've got the rainbow one here, and I know the second I move on from this, I'll find it. What have I done with it? Sorry. So the rainbow one, it's not going to be in this panel. I'm really sorry about that, but it'll make enough to make that panel there. And you've got the wonderful set of instructions there. That's the panel for number 6. We also have block 5 available today. We've got the number 1 is going to be our blossom. This is number 5. It's the first time you'll have all 8 colours to you. And that's going to be the set of instructions for you there in block 5. And then we've also got our rainbow colourway here for block 5. And that's available there. And don't forget, we've got our wonderful half birthday sale, and we've got wonderful gifts coming up, not gifts, but specials coming up. Well, I think they're gifts because the prices are so great. We've got this wonderful tartan fabric at the top, beautiful herringbone at the bottom, wonderful little storage box. That's brand new to us today, and we've got that coming up after the hour. But we've also got the fabulous Jane back again. Really excited about that. So we'll be back in a little while. We're going to just redo the set and clear everything down. We'll be right back. It's not just...
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying 1 postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping. Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw, and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck.
Hello and welcome. We love hearing from you, and we really hope that you can follow us on our social media platforms. We've got Instagram, which is at Sewing Street. We have Facebook. We've got 2 Facebook pages. One is the Sewing Street TV page, and the other one is Sewing Street Fans. All 3 of these are monitored all the time by our wonderful team, and if you want to message us on air, drop us a line on either of those 3 and we'll definitely be able to answer your questions that you may have. If you post on the actual wall, we can perhaps answer there. Otherwise, message us as well. That works really, really well. Thank you so much for being involved, and it's only because of this community that we're able to bring you all these different diverse products and to be able to answer your questions that you may have. Another way you can stay in touch with us is by signing up to our newsletter. These newsletters are sent out to you very regularly, and they include not only our guest profiles of upcoming guests, but also amazing shows that we've got coming up for you. And if you want to look at the amazing products before everybody else, that's the best way to do it. If you'd like to sign up and you haven't already, the link to follow is www.sewingstreet.com/sign up. You won't regret it. Thank you.
To see me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter. But I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
Welcome back. We've got Jane Greenoff now for another hour, but before we start on that, we have got this fabulous little sewing box for you. It is just so, so sweet. Let me pick it up and show you. So it's a bit like a hat box, really beautiful size, and it's huge. I just love it. And it's got this gorgeous herringbone on the outside, this wonderful tartan print on the top, and it's just got such a beautiful feel to it as well. And again, you've got these wonderful little strings that hold it open there, this beautiful cream white, I think we're going to call this ivory ribbon over here. And then you've got this fabulous plastic tray that fits beautifully on the top here. But what's so really handy about this is that you can put all your notions, etc., that you're going to be using it on the tray. And then when you're working, you can leave everything in the tray, you can put everything back, use it as you go. And when you're finished, you can put your finished work in there. I'm wondering if I put this gorgeous bag of Jane's in here, whether she'd notice that it's gone missing, you know. Oh, she's watching me from across the room. I heard a little subtle over there. So, Jane, there's nothing to see here when I put them all in and then run away with the little box. But it just goes to show it does hold a lot in here. And then when you're finished doing your work, you've got this as well. So what I'm so excited about today, not only is this brand new to us today, but I understand we actually have a little price comparison. When we bring new products in, we're wanting to make sure that we get you the best quality, which we're always doing, but we also make sure that we're also getting you the great price on it. So here you can go, and you can see you've got that wonderful price comparison there of $19.99 with Amazon. And it's exactly the same product. You can see it's got that gorgeous tartan on the top, and you've got the lilac and the grey, and you can see on the top of mine, you've got the lilac and the grey. So that's $19.99, because what we always like to do is to encourage people to make sure that they do look around for other products, check if we've got the best price, make sure you check it. You're savvy shoppers, you know what you're doing. So by doing that, you'll be able to see whether you're getting the best deal. And the reason I'm saying that is because today we are able to bring this to you for the price of £12.49. Pardon me. Oh, pardon me, sorry. So the great thing about that is not only are you getting a fantastic quality product, but it's also effectively half price of what it should be. It's supposed to be $24.98, I'm going to go with. But you can see as well, just comparing it to Amazon, we are already almost £7.50 less than that as well. And we do encourage you to look elsewhere to make sure that you're getting Make sure you're getting the best price possible for the products that you're wanting to buy, because you know we're going to be bringing you great, great quality. We want to make sure you're getting the best price as well. So do have a look around and see whether you can get it elsewhere. And this one today, look how much you're saving with our closest competitor today. £7.50 versus the Amazon price, and £12.49 for the listed price on it there. Have a check round and see what you can find. I just love it. This tartan on the top, it's got a beautiful, beautiful lilac in it as well. Really, really lovely colourway there. Love that. So, and these have already been checking out. Loads of these have gone already, so do keep checking the website on them. And every single one of our hourly specials so far has sold out. So I'm not saying any more, but have a little look. Don't want you to miss out on these. And remember, you can check out as many times as you like throughout the day. Only got that one P&P all day, £3.95. And that's all available for you today. Remember, everybody that purchases today, every single customer throughout the day, all you need to do is check out. You're going to get one of these wonderful little Sewing Street badges today. Really fun. And don't throw that little piece of paper away. There's a nice little surprise on the back of that for you. Anybody who does check out today as well, you're going to be entered into a prize once you've checked out. Automatically you get entered, and you're going to be standing in line to win the first prize, which are 15 of these beautiful Liberty Fat Quarters. That's our first prize winner. And then our second prize winner is going to win one of Debbie Shaw's panels, exclusive through us, as well as our Harbour Charm Square panel, 5-inch square panel. So our second and third prize winners will win both of those today over the competition. When is it being drawn? It'll be drawn on the weekend, I think, or on Monday. So do make sure you check out, because every time you check, once you've checked out, you're already entered into the competition. So that's that. But we've got a fabulous hour with Jane now. So we're just going to remind you how it is that you can shop with us, and we'll be right back. Joe, can we turn the temperature down a little?
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Welcome back. It's Jane. You're
Hi,
back.
I'm back.
Now you've got these fabulous what bows.
These are the ones you were waving at us
beautiful?
earlier. Well, they did work out well. They weren't going to be a series. I'm going to start with summer. So this is the summer one, and this is the summer pack.
Now again, everything in your kit is what you need to make it.
Yes.
And these have got the scissors included.
They have as well. Look, this is summer, and this is the pack. Now, you've got the scissors, the fabric, a needle. Now look at this chart. I mean, I do think these are clever. I can't claim all the credit for these because my wonderful Ethan, our graphics man, does marvellous jobs with the charts, look.
Can you just lift the back up a little bit? There we go.
A bit shiny. So you can see how the stitches work. You know, it looks like it in the pictures. You've got the colour key there. Absolutely perfect. And then you've got the instructions. That's general. That goes in every kit. And then these are the specific instructions, how to make the twisted cord, how to put it all together again. So that's the summer one.
And your patterns are so detailed. I love
Well,
the
I
fact
hope
you've got
so.
so many pictures on there.
Yes, well, it's
showing what the
nice,
chart
you
should
know,
look like.
yes.
And sorry, I
I-
keep over talking you.
No,
Apologies.
no, don't worry. I know that I know from experience that stage photographs or photographs that give you stages so you can see what's going to happen when you're doing it at midnight, wanting to finish it, you don't want to be struggling to work out how, do you?
exactly.
I know from experience. You've got a thread card with the emergency phone number.
Perfect.
So should anything...
So 3 o'clock in the morning, you're wide awake, ready to go, aren't you?
Well, actually, not anymore. It has been in the past. When the guild was all at mine, I've had calls at 3 in the morning, asking me the difference between Ada and linen. So I'll put that back in a minute. So that's the summer one.
So that one is. Can we just have a little look at the sample of what the finished product looks
So
like?
if I
there?
hold that up for you,
Oh, that's so pretty.
and each face is different.
And there are only 3 faces because both you and I were looking at it
That's
earlier.
right, there are 3 faces. This is called a wat bow, and the reason it's called a wat bow is I bought a piece of embroidery, well, a woven piece actually, not embroidered, that was 3-sided. And I stood there looking at it, trying to work out how it was made, bought it, I think it was £3, and was amazed and trying to think of a name, but I was next to the Wat Bow Temple. And it had a pointy top. That is how it got its name.
Oh, how wonderful.
And it's a good shape to
it
put on the end
is.
of scissors. And of course, it depends how you make it. This shape makes very good tree decorations because they hang beautifully.
Gosh, what a good idea.
So,
And
that's
you know it's only 20 weeks till Christmas.
I did hear you mention that earlier. The C word is not allowed in our house.
It is. Santa's coming.
So this is...
So we've done summer. We're going to do autumn
yeah,
now?
autumn's next. So this is, well, you can see, they're slightly different this time. I don't know if you can just see, we've actually got some French knots here. They're optional. If you hate them, don't worry. But I've done the acorn cups in bumps.
Oh, lovely.
Because it's quite sweet.
But it gives that 3D texture to it
Yes.
as well. But even if you don't do
You
it,
don't
it
want
doesn't
to.
matter.
No, yeah, I mean, I've done the egg part of the acorn there. Look, I've done that in satin stitch, but you can do it in cross stitch. I mean, it's not compulsory.
But it's nice that you've got that option that you can do
And
both.
again, you've got the twisted cord. They hang the same way. And I'll get this. That's not the right one. This is the right one. So here we go. So you've got your threads, your scissors, the piece of linen.
And these are all on linen.
These are on linen, and when you stitch them, and that's the same with all the wat bows, you stitch 3 separate designs joined together like that, so you have a strip. And then it shows you quite clearly in
If you rotate it, just, no, exactly as you had it, just, if you're doing it like that, you hold it like that to the camera.
Like that.
There we go.
Sorry, everybody.
That's all right, you're doing great.
It was an early morning. So you've got the chart with the leaves and the colour key there. And yes, I mean, they are huge fun to do.
And again, your wonderful instructions with each
yes,
of those
we've
as
got
well.
the pictures, how to do the different stitches, etc.
And that
colour
needle will
photograph.
last you for the whole project.
And that's,
more.
yes, absolutely. You've got a wrap needle, the piece of fabric, the threads.
And your threads, that's such a beautiful colourway, that. I
Yes,
really do
well,
like
it is
those.
really is autumn, isn't it? I mean, yeah, it's a lovely colourway to do. Yes, you can put wonderful colours in leaves for the autumn. So that's the autumn one. And then we've got winter, which could be Christmassy, couldn't it? So you've got
It
a
is.
holly, snowdrops, and a hellebore. And this is the winter one. Just to give you some...
It's extraordinary to see the different threads and how different they look
Yes,
when they're just wound up.
absolutely. So this is stranded cotton. I mean, in America we call it floss. So it's 6-ply, and you're going to divide it to do the cross stitches. And the cross stitch is going to be worked in 2 strands.
There you
And
go.
again, you've got 3 in a row. So you just stitch it flat. With any of these counted projects, if you imagine this is your piece of material, you're going to fold it into 4, as straight as you can. Now, if it was a big project, I would actually press this with an iron, and I would mark the folds with a tacking stitch. With a little project, I think you can get away with just that. And then you're going to work your...
Oh, that's great, because
You're starting there.
Oh, that's so brilliant.
So the middle of that goes
the
there.
middle of that.
And then you will have ample fabric.
And the great thing with this project is it's such a great price point, and you're getting so much with
There's
it.
a lot.
There's a lot there, and it's
Yes.
a great way of being able to give it a go.
And your instructions again. So if I just make sure I put these all back together, or I should get shot at dawn. There we go.
We don't do that here, Jane.
So that again is winter. We tell you how to make the twisted cord. You either need two of you or a doorknob and a pencil. It's very simple.
Oh, I want to buy it just to find out how I do that.
And then this is spring. So if I just go through the different faces again. The pansy and a daffodil. Some crocuses.
They're beautiful. And people are checking out on all four of them already.
Lovely. This is a little grape hyacinth done in French knots, look. Again, if you really loathe French knots, you could perfectly easily work those in cross stitch. And then this is what you get in the other one.
And this is now our spring colour.
Our spring one, that's right. So this started off, I mean, this is how things happen in my life, is I did the summer one, which we've just talked about here, with the different stitches on. And actually, you know, it was in the Cross Stitch Guild magazine. I remember it went out to the members. And I had a text, check up on your Facebook page. Check up on your Facebook page. So I went and looked, and one of our members, Tina, I'll say no more, Tina had a picture of it stitched 4 days after she got her magazine.
Oh my word.
To say, you are doing the rest of the seasons, aren't you? And I went, yes.
Yes, on it right now.
So there we've got the spring colours. There's a different green there for you to do your twisted cord. Again, you've got your fabric. This is 28 count cashel linen, and it's in this lovely cream. It's got a slightly green tinge, and you can tell this fabric's made by Zweigart Zwitzky because it's got the orange trademark. It's the only fabric we use.
And that's obviously because of that great quality.
It's just, yes. I mean, my husband and I have been to the factory, I'm going to say 6 or 7 times. That probably means 8 or 9. Taken groups round it, introduced them to the team there. And you can see with these instructions, again, these are done for us by Ethan Danielson, who's our graphics guy, we've been working together for 27 years now. And he makes the diagram stitchable. You can see where the needle's going behind a thread. You know, when I started, it was actually quite difficult to follow the diagrams because often the background fabric wasn't shown. And I think
that's what's so good is because
changed so much.
But you've developed them as you go, and you've found errors and been able to find a way that people will be able to improve on it.
We did produce, we have a stitch library, which I'm going to mention in a minute, that came as a result of me doing the stitch book, because when we started looking at stitches, there would be 10 ways of doing it.
Yes.
So we tried to find a standardised version.
Of course.
Just to make it more sensible.
There's such a great price point on all of these. I can't believe each of these are £15.
And you get a really good pair of scissors as well.
And a great pair of scissors, as you say.
So that's the 4 seasonal watt bows.
And these are brand new to us today.
They are.
Such a great collection there.
There you go. So that's those.
Now the next one we're going to do is our wonderful beaded bag.
Aha.
Which is
here.
over there.
Now it comes with that. Now
this is brand new with us today, a little sweetie bag. That's what we called it.
Now, it's
very
a
disappointed,
bag,
no sherbet
no
lemons in
sweets.
there at all.
Okay, so the reason for this is these were done in Tudor times, hence its name. I've done Elizabeth. I'm going to take all the stuffing out.
Of course.
It's only K-pop.
Only if there's a sherbet lemon at the bottom.
No sweeties. Right, so these were made much smaller than this, about a quarter of the size. During Tudor times, Queen Elizabeth I was given many as gifts. Some would have a prayer book inside. Often they would have herbs and spices. Gosh. We've got to remember people didn't wash, and the streets didn't have clean. They weren't clean. So as you walked about, you'd sniff your...
Oh gosh, of
pleasant.
course.
It's also to help ward off the plague. It didn't, but that's so. They were generally used as to carry things, not money usually. Usually it would be herbs and spices or possibly a prayer book or Bible. So this one is stitched in cross stitch with some extra stitches, nothing challenging, but it is only available on the linen material. There are these vintage beads which are put on at random when you finish the stitching. So any colour, all the colours in the pack will work perfectly, which is here. And I will show you. It also
under the counter
has,
if you require them.
thank you. It also has this little scissor keeper too, which goes with it. They all come in the pack. So if I get this out for you, this is ever such a pretty thing. I'd wanted to do one for a while and suddenly decided that I would give it a go, and actually was very pleased with the effect. I mean, it is historically fairly accurate. So this time we've got the pre-sorted thread.
Gosh, a quarter of the stock of the beaded Tudor sweetie bag have already gone.
Well, it is
You haven't
very
even finished
pretty.
explaining what you get.
It is very pretty. Let me show
really is pretty.
the chart. Look. I mean, look here. Goosebumps
Oh
again.
my goodness, look at those.
I mean, you could frame that, couldn't you? You get both. So you've got colour.
So that little one there, which you've got in your left hand, that's the scissor keep.
That's your scissor
Gosh,
keep.
that's so
Let
pretty.
me find the rest of it here.
Oh, beautiful.
So lovely and clear. You can't go wrong, can you? So you can see what I've done there is I've just shown you the direction of the satin stitch, and then you do all the rest the same.
But it's your level of detail and your eye for all the things like that.
Well,
It's
hopefully,
great.
I mean, I was ever so pleased with it, really. Now, what else do we get? Let's shove that on
So
there for a
these
minute.
threads are all included, so that's enough for you to be able to
There's
finish
to make
everything.
the
Each of these
project.
are 6-ply?
They're all 6-ply. These are Madeira stranded cottons. I love their colour palette. I've used it for a long time, and look at that.
They are beautiful.
It is, well, what is it they're not to like, really? And then in here, now this is where it gets interesting. I've just told you a fib, because I said we only use Zweigart. It's not true.
Oh.
This
We will
is
hold it
delicious.
against you.
This is linen band. Now,
Oh, Jane, that is beautiful.
now, my daughter was in the buggy the first time we went to this factory. She's 32. Actually, I think she might be 33, but not admitting to it because of lockdown. Anyway,
enough.
so this is band that is woven on machines, and that's how wide it is. So this is a finished thing. So, I mean...
So effectively, they've hardangered the corners.
They've hard-angled the edges for you.
That's
So in fact,
brilliant.
to put it together, all you're going to do is fold over the edge, like so, and slip stitch down the sides.
Oh, Jane, that is
So,
beautiful.
I know lots of stitchers aren't sewers. I know that,
Yes.
we don't like making things up very much. And I'm not good at it, I have to be honest. It's not my forte.
Well, whatever it is, half the stock has gone already.
Well, so I hope you like it. I mean,
They
I
look
think it's lovely. So you're going to work this. Now, when you've worked the front, which is obviously that, if you want to, and you've got threads left, you can add maybe a detail to the back of your bag, or your initials, or a date, or.
I was just
blah,
looking
blah.
at the scissor keep.
Yes,
That on the back
That
as a
would go on
central
the back,
piece
you
would
see,
be
look.
beautiful, wouldn't it?
just pop that on there. Anyway, that's just an option. So this is the linen band that you work the actual thing on. And then let's have a look here. What have we got? So that's the picture on the cover.
You might need to tilt these up again, Jane.
Yes, I'll hold it up. Now, the reason I wanted to show you, these were early ones,
Oh my god.
courtesy of the Victoria and Albert Museum. I think one of them's there and one of them's Williamsburg. So these are about so big. And of course, these are fabulously collectible now. They
There's
fetch
a
thousands.
pheasant in the middle of that one.
Certainly, so often there is a bird. Often there are birds. In fact, I've done another one of these called the Elizabethan. And again, that's done. That one has tassels with little watt bows on. So you can, there's all sorts of things you can do.
Wonderful.
So there's all the instructions and what is a sweetie bag. And tassel making. So you can make the little tassels. And I've added a few of the beads that were left to my version, look.
How wonderful.
But again, that's these things are optional.
But it's a little bit of extra detail that you can add to it, just to
It personalises it as well, doesn't it? Which I think is lovely. I'm always thrilled when I see something that someone's made that is almost the same as mine, but being personalised. And then this is your lining for the bag itself. And there's the beads, look.
They're beautiful.
They're size, I'm going to say 11, it might be 12, seed beads. And there we go. And I'll pop these back.
Gosh, they're so popular. We're down to single figures of these now.
Well, it is a lovely thing, and I was extremely pleased with when I did it, I must admit.
I can see why. It's
Because
beautiful.
sometimes, you know, I mean, I said to my husband the other day, I don't know why, but one particular day I was working, and I could only describe it as pulling teeth. You know, it was just hard. The
We
thing
all
wasn't
had those
happening.
days.
Wasn't happening, and I don't want to make work horrid. You know, I like to sit drawing pretty things and then working out. So that's your Tudor bag. If I pop that there, and then you can tell me what else we've got.
You're going to
time
do that
for.
one next while I play with the finished product, because I don't get to. So if you
Ah.
can take that one.
Right. Okay. So this we have had this on air before.
We have. But you sold out by the time you even showed the box the last time.
You do the necessary.
I'm going to wait for them to zoom in on this.
Da 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 da. Go go go.
Isn't it just beautiful?
It has
But
a
I'm
wow factor, doesn't
but
it?
For me, the thing is, the wow factor is probably not what you'd be looking at. But for me, it's this tiny little pocket of book here, and the detailing on it is just incredible. And I love the fact that you've got 22 needles, 24 needles, 26 needles and 28, all with enough gold to detonate a grenade. And you've got these gorgeous flowers over here. And then, just because obviously you need a pair of scissors, and it's got this wonderful lining on the inside as well, and you've got this gorgeous pair of scissors that get stored in there beautifully. This twisted cord, and it is just, not only is the inside so absolutely exquisite, if I do
It's
that, you
very
can see
sweet.
the box lid is just a thing of beauty. And even on the inside, you've got that wonderful felt to be able to do it. And then once you've got the lid on,
It has got a wow factor, hasn't
it
it?
really does. That was why I wanted to do the whole display with that. And just look at the detailing on
I mean,
all
lots
these
of
beautiful
you will have
flowers.
seen-
And you can see just there those
Yeah.
tiny little butterflies. Your level of detail on this
Well,
is
it's,
just incredible. And you can't but be wowed by it.
It is very sweet. It comes boxed, as you can see. I've got the box here. And I know some of you will have seen exploding boxes before because they're quite a quilty thing, aren't they, as well? But as I said, you get a box kit, and I can show you what's in the box.
Remind me what this is called? A
Biscornu.
biscanu.
Now that one, I've actually fixed it, and that's actually to stop it being nicked. I know it sounds dreadful, but we get things stolen at shows. So it's actually fixed. I've done the button right through the box. But obviously it could be loose, so you can use it.
Oh gosh, so you have.
You see, that's how that's fixed to the base.
And then that's
But
got
it doesn't
the
have to be,
Buscanu
obviously.
there held in the boot. But you can just see what a beautiful piece of work there. So delicate.
And that shape's very clever because it's actually two identical squares that are offset, so the point of one goes to the middle of the other. So it makes a pretty shape, but it's only a
Buscanu.
square to stitch. Exactly. And Biscornu is supposed to be French and meaning irregular or quirky. I'm quoting. I can't bear witness to this. So in this box of goodies, you've got your pre-sorted threads. Obviously, it's got the Cross Stitch Guild phone number on it. So if disaster strikes, you can...
3 o'clock in the morning, they love calls. I
There's a
think you're going to
free
get the
phone
answering
number.
machine nowadays.
You've got, so this is space dyed silk. Now this is 12 ply rather than 6. This is from Steph Francis, her beautiful hand painted silk for detail.
Some of that.
Oh, it's very nice.
They're beautiful.
very
they do
nice.
them in a whole load of colours. It's
They
not
do,
just
oh
that.
yes.
I definitely do have them. They're beautiful.
And then this is from Oliver Twist. This is her hand painted felt. So they vary, and this is pure wool. You know, you do need, when you're spending that much of your time to make something, I think it's imperative that the product is the best quality to start with.
Agreed.
And I can remember years and years ago being at a public show, working for somebody, I won't mention any names, and she had a bloke who arrived each night with a lorry with white Aida fabric in it.
Right.
That was grotty. And it was cut up into square metres and sold at the show. Hundreds were sold, hundreds and hundreds were sold. And of course, the fact remains that if the fabric isn't woven properly, it isn't straight. So when you come to make the thing up, it might not be all right.
Oh, no.
So that's why, from the beginning of the Cross Stitch Guild being formed in '96, because next year we're 25, it was very important to me that the quality of the product.
Of course.
And I mean, this is why there are felts out there that are very much more reasonably priced than this. But it's pure wool and it's interesting colours. You know, it looks antique. I don't want something harsh and like
But
the
the
kids
thing is
use
as
at
well,
school.
if something is a little more synthetic than potentially what you're using, it doesn't last quite as
No,
long.
no.
And well, how long did this take to make? Now you're an
Because
experienced.
that's difficult, isn't it? Because
You did it in stages.
well, I do it if I'm awake. People do have other things, you know. In those days,
what?
I
Have a life.
have a life, exactly. I'm going to have to show you
But
the
the
chart
amount of
for this.
hours that you spend doing this
Yes.
for those few pounds more, you'd rather make sure
Exactly.
that it's going to last
Exactly.
for years.
Now this is the
Oh my
chart.
goodness,
Look at this. Isn't it
Jane.
fab? So this was printed specially for
We
us
might
on a
need you
big
to hold
sheet.
that up if you can.
Shall I do
rotate-
it that way?
Exactly, yes. Oh my goodness.
There you
look
go,
at
look.
that.
There's the chart.
Come on, give us a big smile.
So actually, if you have this and your fabric, you stitch it in one piece. So you set off in the middle of the fabric and you
Oh my
stitch.
goodness, yes.
You just stitch it, and then it's cut out and made up.
That's
and actually,
incredible.
the individual pieces of stitching don't take long, because it's, you know, enormous amount of it's pure cross stitch. Isn't it fun?
That is incredible.
So it's a very
I have to say, the second
user-friendly.
picture in from the bottom does look a bit daunting. I might do that one last.
Which one, darling?
That one over there.
That one?
No, down one.
That one?
That one looks a little daunting.
No,
But I think it's
it's the way these are broken road stitches and actually very simple to do. They just look quite dramatic.
They do, don't they?
Now let's see
It's
if I can put this
absolutely
back together
beautiful.
properly. There we go. So that's that. Then we've got your fabric here. Now I'm going to show you how much you get.
So this, oh wow, that's a huge amount.
It's a fact
And this is
quarter.
all on linen.
Yes. This is on linen. It's Zygot again. You've got the orange strip. This is 28 count. So it's quite reasonable to see. And then, if I just keep going, here we go. Then we've got the instructions. As I said, the actual stitching of the project is very simple. And it's just the business of getting it all together at the end.
But the detailing in your patterns are so helpful to be able to get that easily done.
There you go.
And just to remind you, that's what the kit is. Then the finished product, this is what you're making over here.
Let me put the needles back quickly.
And to give you a little bit of a wow, if you just lift that up.
I just think it's so sweet.
It just pops out all beautifully. You've got this wonderful little bouquet. Look, I didn't notice the back.
And you know, I'd like to have a secret in there, and I didn't think of it until I made it up. I think it would have been nice to put something here that was a secret, that was something, I don't know what though.
Ooh.
So it needs a secret. I
Well,
think.
if you buy the kit and you do pop your little secret in, do
Tell
let
me
us
what
know
it
what you
is.
put in. And you've got the wonderful Bisconu.
Bisconu.
I'll get it right one day. At the bottom here, which Jane has been able to then secure with a button on that side.
But as I said,
and
you
a
could have
button
that
on
loose
there.
if you prefer.
But you can tell on the side, these stitching here is just so beautiful. So effortless.
well,
And it's
that's
got this wonderful detailing For example, with this wonderful pair of scissors going in here, and the detailing on this over, it's just incredible. And this is lined, is this with the normal felt that you've got available?
This is the pretty felt that's in, yes.
Perfect. So
that's
this
in
one
here.
you've used with a white.
Yes, I've just,
but
yes.
yours would be with a pink.
It's actually, yes, that was where I ran out, and it's the same company, but it's
You can
just a
feel
pale
it's
grey.
really great quality
It's soft.
on it.
Actually, I quite like it. You know, sometimes when you pick up a teddy bear,
Yes.
they're nice. It's like that sort of feeling. And that's the
does.
box, as I said.
Now, with all of these, you've now obviously created that fabulous new book, The Cross Stitcher's Bible.
Yes.
Do you want to show us what we're getting with that?
Yes.
Because I understand, if I'm not mistaken, these are signed today.
They're always signed.
Good.
Okay, so
Because I got mine earlier this morning.
the story of this is that I was asked by my publishers, David and Charles, to produce the Cross Stitcher's Bible for the year 2000, which I did, and it went into 10 languages.
Gosh.
I'm Jane Greenoff in Russian, and there's a Chinese version, which
not
obviously
going
you
to
start at the back. Yes, so the Cross Stitcher's Bible is, the idea is that if you have never attempted anything counted before, it will tell you how and what.
Is that a Brussels sprout or a cabbage?
It's a cabbage.
That is so pretty.
So there's what is a chart and how does it work, the types of charts you might meet, and whoops, gone over 2 pages, bear with me, about the fabrics, various options, and then if I go this way round, the point of this book was for somebody who had had no experience. This was to show you that you could find threads in all sorts of different forms, on bobbins, in skeins. You don't really know what you're looking for. And people are often nervous going to ask. You don't like to ask someone who looks knowledgeable and make yourself feel silly. So this is about the basics of stitching. But the point of the book is also that it goes through much more complex techniques.
Oh, wow.
They're all charted in the back. So you've got basics, and also you've got fiendish things like this sampler
Oh, my goodness.
with lots of techniques. So it's not just for the beginner. It's a book you
can progress through.
You can progress. I think it's a good idea to read my first chapter and go, "Phew, I know all that," and then go on from there. If you haven't met any of these techniques before, and there's things like how to hem, how to do Hardanger, how to use silk ribbon, how to use metallic threads, and so on. So it's a very detailed book with projects.
That's
Now,
brilliant.
when they asked me to do it again, I think 9 years later, I think it was. So this is the newer version. So this is the same principle as the original book that went into 10 languages. Now, when this was out of print, I produced this. The first edition, obviously, expecting it to be the only one. And the idea was that sometimes when I sit down to try a stitch I haven't done for ages, I'll sit there going, right, okay, do I start at the front? I can't remember. So I need a refresh. So I thought having a book with alphabetical stitches. So you just go and look under Queen stitch. Let's look under Queen. There's an example. Queen stitch is sometimes referred to as bitch stitch.
Steady on.
I know, a bit risque. This stitch. So if you couldn't remember how to do Queen stitch, although you've done it before, there it is with the words. So that's how this book started. We published it, the Guild published it.
Now, just to double check, this again is signed by your good self. All 4,000 of them were signed during your coffee break.
There we are.
How brilliant.
So this gives you the basics, again. What is cross? There I am signing books, look, proof. Things on how to start, how to finish, the basics. There's 111 stitches in this section in alphabetical order. And then we've got, as the books sold out, and each time we reprinted, I added some stitches and it became a second, third edition and so on. When it came to this time, I said, okay, it's got to be what can fit in this binding.
Yes.
Because the next binding is much bigger. And the point of this was it would go in your project bag. It would even go in a handbag if it's a push. and that it would be very portable and easy, and you can write in it, you can put notes to yourself. So this is the most I could get in, so I shan't be doing this again, because we've covered hemming, Hardanger, and at the very back, so I asked the members of the guild, before this one was produced, what should I include in the last edition then? Additional techniques. So making folded hems, making twisted cords, making tassels, making a biscuit new, making a wat bow, making a humbug shape, washing and ironing, making cards,
You realise
mounting
my
a
husband's going to
framing.
buy me the washing and ironing page on its own.
This is useful for those of you who've got the box set of gold needles and eventually they're all on your work surface and you don't know which is which. This is a life-size drawing.
That is really
so
good.
you can put a needle on top and go, it's a size
see
22.
which one it is.
Because mine do get in a terrible muddle.
I bet. But the thing is, you could probably spot them on 100 paces which one's right.
Well, I can get some of them right. I'm not sure I can get them all right.
Now, Jane, why would somebody buy both of the books? Because it feels like to me, it seems as though one's got all the stitches in that you can refer back to.
Yes,
The other
I
one
mean,
has the same?
This has more stitches in it.
Perfect.
Later stitches in it. Things I've learnt to do since this was published. This is full of patterns. This is very much just a stitch guide.
I was going to say, because this feels very stitch-centric, for the want of a better word. That feels a
absolutely,
bit more project-centric.
Obviously, I think this is great. Well, I think they're both good in different ways. Most of my members have got both.
I was going to say, because I bought that one this morning, the Cross Stitchers Bible, and I'm thinking I should actually put that Stitch Bible in as well.
I think this is, I know that some of them have got all 4 issues of the Stitch book because they always buy the new one.
I'm
But
guessing they're not available other than on...
There's only this available now. Yes, we've sold out of everything else. So, yes, so I don't know the answer to that question.
That's
of course I want you to
Well,
buy
you've answered
both.
the question for me. I'm going to put it in my basket, provided there's stock left at the end of the show.
What would you like me to do next, Gov?
But now, speaking of your baskets, can we double check my basket? Can we double check your strawberry sampler?
No.
Because I feel that it was supposed...
The kit is here, but I haven't brought the work one.
That's all right.
There
Do
it
you
is.
want to look through the kit? I haven't touched that one.
I'm sorry, everybody.
Don't be
I
silly.
didn't bring...
But I will say that we did a show together a couple of weeks ago, and that strawberry sampler book, I have looked at it repeatedly. You can just show the front.
Shall I?
You can just show the front, because everybody can tell they've got all the keys, the stitches in
Sorry
it. It's
about
the most
this, everybody.
beautiful,
If you go
beautiful
on
book.
YouTube, you can see last time I was on air we did this. I'll try and make it not squishy. There you are.
It's just the most beautiful book.
These are books that we started off as courses. There are 5 or 6 at the Cross Stitch Guild now. I'm not certain how many. Where the idea was that it's like a sampler where you learn different techniques, but each page is a bit more complicated. And if I turn it round, you get the pre-sorted thread, the silks, a cover page, and all the pages inside, plus your gold needles. And as I said, if you go on to the Sewing Street website, YouTube
page.
channel, and scoot
If
back.
you just type in Jane, it'll pop
Type
up.
in Jane, you'll find me.
But there are 2,
twittering
Jane
on.
Brogan and Jane Greenoff, so
Yes,
check
go-
the Jane
go-
Greenoff's ones.
I always think it was a distinct advantage that my husband was Greenoff with no H, because there are no others.
This is true.
There were 2 footballers when he was a lad, but they had an H in their names. And we found one person in Gateshead who wrote to us to say she was Greenoff, but we couldn't trace relationship in any way.
Oh,
So my
right.
son is now Greenoff Cairns because he's married, and so his wife is also Greenoff Cairns.
Wonderful.
So the name continues because obviously
Of course.
this is it.
Brilliant.
We are it. But he could have been Smith, couldn't he? Because if you put Jane Greenoff in Google, you get me.
You do.
Which is, you pay a fortune for that, wouldn't you? With these clever people that do things on websites.
Well, I have the same thing with my name. No one else has mine either. So. We're next going to look at your pin cushion. I think that's on the edge of the little sampler there. And I think that
The kit is here. I've seen it. There it is.
There it is. Now, this is in Ada and linen, isn't it?
It is. So I'm going to confuse you all now.
Of course. But I don't know why I said that. You don't confuse anybody. These are all very clear.
This one is in linen, which is what this is stitched in. But it's also in linen Ada. Now, the reason we did that was this is comparatively recently produced fabric by Zweigart and Zawitsky. And it's the 14 count Aida, same as the one we've talked about before, but it's actually made of flax. So it's linen, and it has that very... I'll get this one out to show you.
So just to double check, the other side might be easier.
The other side.
Keep going.
Oh, you mean that one?
Where there's a lip. But the great thing with that is you've got that beautiful feel of the linen.
Without, yes.
But you've still got that wonderful guide for a beginner being able to do it.
If you're not sure, so that's the fabric look. Now, I mean, I think it's delicious. It feels different to cotton Aida. It's made of flax, as I said, and it was woven... I'm going to say it's 5 years, which means it must be 10. So I decided to make this. They used to make a plain antique white as well, but they no longer do. So this is a 14 count fabric. If you've never stitched from a chart before, you could work on this and it would look like an antique. And it would also turn out that size.
And is that why you chose it? Because it would look like an antique in
absolutely.
That way?
Because I'd been to... There's an antiques market in Cirencester near my hometown every Friday. And I used to go religiously every Friday morning. I go less now.
Because you're here.
Well, yes, because I'm here. And also because at the time we had the cottage, I could afford it. We have a money pit now.
Ah, right.
So, you know, I don't get that much opportunity to shop for things like that. But certainly I saw an antique cushion, sampler cushion, that was £200. I didn't buy it.
Oh, wow.
And I'm so fed up with myself for not getting it. So that's how this happened. In a minute, I've got an antique to show you.
I love your antiques.
Anyway, so this is a nice antique feel and a little alphabet on the back so you can personalise it. Twisted cords and tassels on the corner.
Now, do I need to put 2012 on, or can I put 2000?
You can put anything
probably
you like on.
Probably 2038 by the
You
time
can
I
put
finish
anything you
it.
like on. Anything you like. So you've got a thread card with the phone number, needle. As I said, so you can work it on either material.
You've got a rogue needle under there.
Oh, mine.
Just checking.
Yeah.
Don't want you to be losing all that
there
gold.
We are. So that's the little pincushion, which is very sweet, look.
And the one you're holding in your hand is the one done in linen.
That's the linen version.
And then the other one that we've got is a linen Aida.
That's right.
Oh,
but it will be the same size as that, look.
It's beautiful, though.
Could be old, couldn't it?
It's beautiful.
Could be old.
But now I have to say, one of the most fun things you brought in the last time were the flowery chickens. And you've got those again for us today, which I think are so adorable. These are also in the Aida and in the linen. Shall we start with the Aida? Oh, no, let's start with, yes. Is that the Aida? Yes.
This is stitched on Aida. This is because my daughter bought me a flowery chicken. I've got a cockerel collection on my window.
I love it.
So she bought me one that looks like that. So that's how he happened. And of course, having done him, he's available on either fabric, whichever you prefer. And then
if you keep holding that up.
There you go.
And then I'm going to... This is the other one. This is the Aida. Oh.
This is this one.
Chicken. Oh, the flowery chicken's the front. So I'll let you grab the flowery chicken.
I'll grab flowery.
And I'll do the other chickens.
Okay.
Got to make sure we're doing this properly.
So you've got the chickens, and you've got either or fabric.
And the only difference is whether it's on linen or Aida.
That's right. It's just your choice of fabric. So you get a colour and a black and white chart, and he will turn out that size, whichever fabric you choose. Isn't he fun?
Very sweet.
Very much in charge, I think.
My husband's best friend has many, many chickens and cockerels, and I was very tempted by that, but not sure I have enough time.
And this
and
is
then
the
we
Rhode
have
Island
the
Red.
Rhode Island Red chicken. That is the linen that we've got available, which is the linen, which is what you're holding there.
Yes.
I will say, looking at the finish on that, I do think the linen's got a really lovely feel to it.
It has a nice finish.
Look.
It is nice. It is. Yeah. I mean, I've got curtains of it. My sofas are covered in it.
Brilliant.
I make cushions in it.
What works for you? It's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as you say, it's a beautiful fabric to work with.
So this all happened because Bill and I were in Key West for a holiday, and I came out of the little house we were renting, and there was a very large Rhode Island Red stood on the front path. And I sort of said, oh, hello. And he showed me his best side. And I took a photograph and thought he must have got out from somewhere. Turns out the Key West is riddled with them because they were brought over originally by the sugar growers and they were used for cockfighting.
Gosh.
When that was banned, the assumption was that the chickens would just die out. Well, not only did they not die out, it's a criminal offence to run one over.
Really?
Yes.
Gosh.
So they're everywhere. Anyway, this is Mr. Rhode Island Red.
So that is the Ada that we've got available there as a kit.
So again, it'll be the same size as the one I've stitched here. As you
Just
can
a
tell
slightly
here.
different background to it.
Yes.
And you've got everything included in there that you need. You've got all the threads. You've got the needle. You've got the background Ada there. You've got the wonderful colour chart. You've got that in black and white as well.
Yes.
And you've got all the instructions on how best to do that. That's the Ada finish to it there. So you can see that that Ada just got that tiny little grid on it there. Whereas if I show you the linen, so this is the linen one, you can see it's an ever so slightly different finish over here.
There you go. So you're going to work over 2 threads on the linen and 1 box on the Ada.
And again, you can see the black and white there versus, and you'll have the colour one in there as well. All of the threads you need and the needles. And these are £19.49. What a lovely project.
I think they're fun.
So now we're going to do the rose biscuit. Did I
Which
get
is
closer
here.
to it this time?
Better.
It's
Better.
Getting better.
So this is the finished one.
And that's in linen.
This is in linen, and it can also be in Ada, the linen Ada.
The linen Ada. It's a beautiful
To get the
finish,
same
that.
colour, you see. So if you can see when I hold it, that's the same as that. And if I turn it sideways, you work the squares. So there are 2 squares in there. You work 2 identical squares. When you put it together, the corner of one goes into the side of the other. And you join them up, ditto. And then you can leave them like that, but I like them punched in the middle. I think they're very pretty. And I use really 2 or 3 lengths of thread and pull really tight. So you get that nice puffy, well-stuffed look. Anyway, I think they're pretty. I do like them very much. And it's a simple shape. That's pure cross stitch. It would be a beginner's project. You could work that as your first piece on linen. It's really straightforward.
And that then is available for £8.99. Does that include the needle as well?
Yes, I shall just go in here and see what's in this packet for you. So we've got the bundle, 2 little shell buttons. My family teased me about shell buttons. And
I
then,
do love your buttons there, because those are
well,
the
they're
shapes of
all-
little flowers,
Yeah,
aren't
they're little
they?
flower shapes. The linen again, so I got Sawitsky 28 count unbleached. So you're going to work it, same principle as we talked before. If I just get one to show, finger press, finger press. So that's the middle of the fabric, and the middle of the chart is there.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jane, but I think it's important just to remind everybody, we had on the Tudor bead sweetie bag, they are about to sell out. So if you, we're hearing it is in someone's basket, so please remember, if you haven't checked out and you haven't paid for it, unfortunately that item's not yours yet. So please make sure you check out, because there is it 1 or 2 left? Well, there's 1 left, and it is in someone's basket. So if you have got it in your basket, we're going to stop Jane so you can check out. We don't want you to lose out on that one. So that has almost sold out. There's only 1 left of the Tudor Sweetie Bag bead bag now.
Lovely, lovely, well done. Yes.
Sorry, so you've now folded your linen in quarters.
Yeah, there it is. And so you'd find the middle here, and you'd count across, and then you'd start working. And if you work from the middle outwards, you centre it on the fabric properly. And then you work it again by the same method, and then you put them together, as I said. And I don't know if there's a... Just let me check. Here we are. This is one of Ethan's wonderful drawings. There's your 2 pieces that you've stitched. And then you're going to join one, so the corner of one joins in the middle. then that one will join there, and you work your way around. And then that's it being stuffed prior to putting the button in.
button in. I'm very sad to announce, only because I haven't been able to purchase one myself, we are in single figures of all of the biscornias now. So please check out on those as well if they're in your basket. We're down to single figures. And the seasonal What bows are doing incredibly well as well. I love when I have Jane in because everything just flies out the door.
Well, it's nice. I'm only able to come once a month or so, and
Well,
actually it's quite nice,
wonderful.
isn't it? So that it works out like that.
It's
so
lovely
there we are.
having you.
So there we are. So that's obviously available in both fabrics, and will be the same size, and the technique to make it's the same. The only difference is that you're going to be counting over boxes rather than 2 threads.
So we only have this left in linen now, the biscornias. They're only available in the linen. The Ada has sold out. Gosh, you had such a good hour. The only thing we've got left now are these gathering samplers.
Well, shall I just have a mention them?
Of course.
I haven't got the work pieces with me, teams, for which I apologise. Now, these are interesting in that they are part of a collection, part of a collection from the Aqua School, which is up near Pontefract, which is a Quaker school. And they have the finest collection of Quaker samplers in the world. Used to be hanging around the school canteen, in the corridors, anywhere, nobody appreciating that these things were very, very valuable. There's one for sale at the moment at Whitney Antiques for £6,000.
Gosh.
So these are not £6,000.
No, they're not.
These are excerpts from samplers, and the trick is you only have one thread.
Oh, right. Now, sorry to interrupt you. I am going to have to just announce we don't actually have the graphics for this at the moment. If you are looking for this, if you just type in sampler on the website, you'll be able to do it. Could you flick those over for me?
Yes.
Just double check. Yeah, so if you type in sampler with an S, that'll then come up on there. And Jane, we're running out of time.
Okay.
I hadn't realised how long the day's gone.
So those are worked in one sort of thread and it changes colours.
Changes colours as we go. Sorry about running you off like that, Jane. Jane, thank you so much. It's been such a great hour. And our half birthday. It's a wonderful day to have you here.
Fab.
If you have got anything in your basket at the moment, please do check out. When you do check out today, you're going to be getting one of our complimentary Sewing Street badges today, which are exclusive to us and especially for our half birthday. When you do get it, don't throw your little piece of paper away. Turn it round. Have a look. You'll also be entered into a competition for our first prize draw of 15 Fat Quarters by Liberty. That'll be our first prize winner there. And then 2 exclusive Sewing Street panels. One is one of the lovely Debbie Shaw's designs, and one is our Harbour 5-inch square blocks. Sorry, can't remember what the word is. I know it's in there. So the minute you check out today, you're automatically entered into that competition. We're going to be back in a few minutes where we've got the last of our birthday hour, half birthday specials coming up. And Jane, I can't thank you enough so much for your time. It was lovely to see you.
And you.
I hope to see you again really soon.
In September.
Looking forward to it.
Thanks again.
We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon.
you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great.
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
And it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck.
Hello, my name is Sally Stevens. I'm from Worcestershire, a little town called Upton upon Severn, which is a lovely little riverside town. And not far from there, I also have a little sewing studio, so I can work and leave all my mess left out when I'm preparing projects and quilts and so on. My speciality is, in fact, quilting, patchwork and quilting, and I probably started that when I was about 14 years ago. So as I often joke, that was only 7 years ago. In fact, it was rather a lot longer. But I've always enjoyed crafting, and patchwork really hooked me, and I love it. So now then, what can I tell you? Something you may not realise about me is that although lots of you have seen me many, many times on Sewing TV and at classes, because I teach as well, I also do a lot of unpicking. So don't be afraid ever. If you have to unpick things, so do we. It's not a problem. We all have to start somewhere. And sometimes you get a bit cocky and think, oh, I can just do that without pinning or without this. And then you think, should have paid attention to my own words. So some sewing tips for you. That's one, keep a seam ripper handy. That will always be your friend. And another one that I think is very important, whether you're a beginner or more experienced, when you're sewing something, particularly for the first time, a new technique, slow down. There's no rush. It's not a race. Have a little practice with spare fabrics if you've got them before you use your best fabric that you've just purchased so that you get your techniques just right. But also slow down, take your time, watch what you're doing, think about what you're doing, and read the instructions. That's always very useful. So what can I say? I've been asked to say what my claim to fame might be, and I would have to say, in all honesty, being on Sewing Street.
And welcome back. It is our half birthday. As a new baby, as a new station, we wanted to make sure that we celebrate all these wonderful little momentous moments. Like when you have a child of your own, you want to make sure that you celebrate every single part of it. You'll notice I post every show I've been on and I number them as I go. And now we've got our wonderful half birthday. Now, in our half birthday special, we wanted to make sure that we were bringing you 4 different specials as well as an early bird. But before we get to that, I'm going to remind you all, every single customer that purchases anything today is going to be able to get one of our exclusive Sewing Street badges in our beautiful design of hexagons, where you can tessellate that with your other badges coming along. We had the Christmas one a couple of weeks ago, so this tessellates beautifully into that. So everybody who orders anything from us today and checks out ends up getting one of these badges. And I'm not going to say anything, but don't throw the paper away. Check on the back of your paper. So we've got that available for you today. And again, anybody that does purchase with us today is going to to be entered into our draw. So you don't need to do anything to get the badge or to be entered into the draw. You just have to check out and make a purchase today. So with this, our first prize winner is going to win 15 fat quarters from our fabulous Liberty range. And our second and third prize winners are each going to win one of these. So they're going to get one of the wonderful 5-inch squares by the Harbour range. And they're just fabulous. I love these colorways, really beautiful. So you're going to get 45-inch squares as one of our exclusive panels for our second prize and third prize winners on our competition. And then also, not only are you getting that wonderful Harbour colorway, you're also getting the fabulous Debbie Shaw collection here. And this is enormous. Look at that. Absolutely stunning, exclusive to Sewing Street, and of course it's done by Debbie. Debbie is one of the most talented designers on fabric and books and everything. She's just an absolute gem in all the things she creates. They're so beautiful. So our winners, second and third place, will end up getting one of these and our Harbour range. And just look at that one. I'm sorry, I just love these antique sewing machines. Loving that. So that is our first, second and third place winners. And remember, once you've checked out, you're automatically entered. You don't need to check out. You don't need to do anything else. You're automatically entered into the competition. So when you make a purchase today, you're automatically entered and you get the badge, and that's nothing more for you to do on that. But now through the day, we've had 4 different birthday specials. I'm now going to bring you the last of our birthday specials, which are these fabulous pair of scissors. There's actually 2 pairs of scissors, a dress cutting pair of scissors, a pair of embroidery scissors, a wonderful set of pins, as well as this fantastic little thimble. And this is the lowest price we have ever been able to bring this to you. And these are available to you today. Oh, I'm going to do that. £12. Nope, that's the wrong one. You know what it's like, little computer gremlins come along. Bear with us, we'll be with you in 2 minutes. There we go, $11.99 today. $11.99, that is the best price we've been able to do. That's saving you £8 on the original price. And let me show you which each one of these are. They are so lovely. These scissors are just a beautiful, beautiful weight to them. And they're just beautiful, really, really comfortable to hold. Now, I find my thumbs and fingers are slightly larger than most, so using scissors, I struggle to get scissors that are comfortable to use. These are really, really good. Love those. But you've also got your wonderful set of embroidery scissors as well, just for trimming those little ends and threads that you've got along the way. Or if you're doing some chain piecing and you just want to separate the pieces, this is the perfect pair of scissors for that. It's got this wonderful little stalk design on it as well. It's very traditional. Love that. And then also, if that's not enough, you've got this wonderful thimble. And I like metal thimbles, and this is quite a good size because my fingers are reasonably large. That fits perfectly on either of my 2 fingers. Love that. But also, if that's not enough, you're also getting these wonderful pins as well. Oh, there we go. Getting a wonderful set of pins with a wonderful top on those as well. And all of that available for $11.99. That's saving, such a great saving, and they're just such great, great quality. We've sold hundreds of these in the last couple of months because they're just such a fantastic deal. They're really, really great. But now at that price, $11.99, you'll be, and I hope you're able to enjoy it and be able to enjoy that little gift that we've got there. And again, it's great for, you know, we're all starting to get our Christmas gifts coming in. 20 Fridays time is Christmas. Christmas on a Friday this year. So there we go. Now, if you have missed out on the one that the birthday offer that we had at 10 o'clock, this is the only one we've got left because everything else is sold out. This is a really beautiful herringbone fabric on the base and this wonderful tartan on the top. And if I rotate that round, you can see just how beautiful this is. And you've got this wonderful place to store all your pins if you need to. And then you've got this great little plastic tray for all of your little notions that you wanted to do. You can pop that in there and then work with them and put them on the side. And then you've got this wonderful base that you can store loads in. So whether you're doing English paper piecing or whether you're doing bag making, it's just a really great deep well to be able to store all of your workings in. And then when you finish with your notions, you literally simply just pop that back on the top, close it down, seal it up, and you can just carry it away. And it's a beautiful, beautiful product. This lovely, lovely quality with this herringbone. Just lovely. And that today, we had a price comparison in the last hour. It's $19.99 on Amazon. We've ended up getting this to you today. Such a great quality for $12.49. Lovely. Love that. Now, some of you may have seen me demonstrate this book before. This is the Gemology book by Andrea Seng Jackson. Forgive me if I said your name wrong, I'm terribly sorry, but it is one of the most fantastic foundation paper piecing books I've got. I love it. I absolutely thoroughly enjoyed working with it. We actually have some people who've bought this in the past, and I think we've actually got a slide of some work from a fabulous demonstration in there. We'll come back to that, but I'll just flick through the book at the moment. So what this does is a great way of being able to learn foundation paper piecing, and it's a great way of being able to see different designs and be able to make different projects. So you can see you can go down to be making something as small as a bag or something as big as a giant quilt. They're really, really great because you can take all the templates at the back and expand and contract them as you like. And I love the fact that it gives you great detail with regards to colour and colouring backgrounds and also the colour wheel, and it gives you a lot of detail about that. It tells you all the tools you'll need for foundation paper piecing, and also that you can increase and decrease your templates by 50%, 100%, 150, 200, and it just is a really nice way of being able to do foundation paper piecing on different levels. And then you get down to all the different projects that you've got in, and you can see all the different gemstone blocks that it makes. Now this is one of the most important things about this project book. Take a photograph of this or print this page or photocopy this page, because as you're doing the project, you'll need to make sure that you keep a record of what your light, medium, medium dark and dark is, and your background. If you pop those onto this page, you'll always remember the project as you go along. And what I love most about this book is that it gives you suggestions of colours in order to be able to make the different blocks. Most of these have been made with Kona solids, but equally they give you the colour code for not only the Bella Moda solids, but also the Andover Allison Glass Kaleidoscope bundle to be able to make these projects exactly the same way. Now you'll see we've got the round one over here, and if you couldn't tell, I loved the round. I wanted to make sure that I did them in 3 different colorways because I just could not stop making this. I do think the pink one with the black background is my favorite. It's just a beautiful, beautiful block, a lovely way of being able to do it. So that's the round design there. You've got the heart, you've got the trilliant, the radiant, the cushion, the princess, the teardrop, the marquee, the oval, and all of those different designs can be then put into different projects and quilts as you go along. I mentioned earlier about the little purse that you can do. So these are done at 50%, so your block ends at 6 inches, and that just shows you exactly how it is you go about making the purse in full. And then if you wanted to make a statement piece, this then goes to show you how to make the quilt and what size to make everything. And again here, how you can use, if you wanted to use one colorway or like the picture, all the colorways, doing all the different shapes there as well. It shows you how to do it. It's just a really well thought out book with loads of different projects for you to do. And then if you want to do different gemstones, or you wanted to do all the gemstones, it's a nice way of being able to do that. A jeweled collar there. Doing different ones this way with colour gradients, perhaps going from darker all the way down to lighter. And it's just a really lovely project. And then you've got all the different templates that you need at the back to be able to do it. And I will say, of all the foundation paper piecing books I've bought, this was the one I've had the most fun with, and I absolutely adored it. You can see again, I'll show you the samples that I've made. This one is in the pink, and we've got this as a fabric colourway as well. We've got that as the blue. And we've got this in the purple. But we've also had a fabulous make-in from our Sewing Street fans page today. And that we've got as a slide, I think, now. Bear with us, we're getting there. There we go. We've got Jeanette having made this beautiful, beautiful combination here. And you see there the colour key on the side and that gorgeous black background there with those beautiful purples. Just a beautiful, beautiful way of doing it. And all those little smiley face emojis, you can see how much fun she had with that as well. So that is our Gemology book today, $22.99, made by Andrea Singh Jackson. And just such a beautiful, beautiful book this there. And now, when I mentioned about the 3 colorways, what we wanted to do as well is to make sure that we had, if you like it and you wanted to, you could then have a little bit of a play with these. Now, we haven't got the background fabrics for this, but if you remember at the beginning of our Block of the Week hour, we had our black, white and cream. We can refer back to those for your background colors. These are just the colors that you need because we've been able to create you a dark, a medium dark, a medium light and a light colorway there, and you can just see how beautifully those go together. And then what we're going to do is, as I've got that there, if you can't imagine how that works together as a project, that's what it looks like once you've got it all made up. And you can see it just works so beautifully there, being able to have all those colours there. So this purple amethyst luster gemstones fabric bundle, you're getting a ½ metre of each of these colours, but we've been able to sort it out for you that you've got your dark, medium, medium light and your light. ½ metre of each one of these for £16.99. Now, in case you haven't purchased any of our solids before, let me remind you how much you're getting as a ½ metre. So all of the colours that are in this bundle and all of them in the next bundle there, that's what ½ metre looks like there. So you've got that available for you there. And it's £16.99 for all 5 of those colours there. It's a beautiful, beautiful colourway, and I just love the fact that the difficulty of some people do struggle with colours and tones and that. They've done the hard work for you. That's our wonderful purple amethyst lustrous gemstone fabric bundle there, £16.99. You will need to get some background fabric for that. So if you do want to see what those is, just type cotton 100 on our website in the search bar, and you'll have every single colour that we have available on our website. You can go through and have a little look at those. They're £3.49 by a ½ metre, so go and have a look. We've used white, grey, cream, black. Have a little look, there's loads to choose from. Next we've got the pink tourmaline luster gemstone collection bundle here, 2½ metres again. Again, we've colour coded this in the same way that Andrea's book is suggesting. We've got our light, medium, medium dark and our dark, and you can see how beautifully those go together. Now you'll see with my sample that I've made, if I can, oh, sorry, I'm dropping my samples all over the place here. You can tell just how vividly beautiful those go together, and you can see how well that goes. And I've chosen a black background to highlight the pink because I just think that works so beautifully. And it's just such a lovely, lovely way of being able to have a go and try it. So these 5 ½ metres there, £16.99 in this wonderful colourway there. And remember, you're going to need to get some background colour with that. And saw how powerful it is with that black. And then last but certainly not least, we've got our blue colourway. Again, ½ metre of each of these. And each one of these, ½ metre. But again, we've got dark, medium, medium light and light, ½ metre of each, 2½ metres in total, £16.99. Now if you want to see what that looks like as a finished product, that's what it looks like, and that's what our kit is, and you can see it just works so beautifully. And when you see the bundle like that, you can't quite imagine it's going to make something quite so pretty as that. I love it. And this one I've used a white background on, but I did wonder whether a light grey or a dark grey on this would also look really, really special. So it's a nice way of having a go and giving it a try. And this book is really amazing. And these fabrics, even if you're just adding to your stash, it's such a nice way of being able to do it. 5 different beautiful blues there, graded from dark, medium, medium light and light. £16.99 for those. Now, I am so excited about this book. It's called So Magical by Mary Hurtle. It'll help if I put it in the right place at the right time. It's such a fun book here. Again, foundation paper piecing, but you've got the most wonderful, whimsical, different designs in here as well. Just look at him. He looks so sweet. And I want to do him in Christmas colours, and he looks like one of those little Christmas gnomes. Now, this, we've had the exclusive launch of this. Was it yesterday? A week ago, we had the exclusive launch of this today. Exclusive launch of this. So we have got this exclusively at the moment. And just look how fun it is. And it's a nice way to be able to use a nice little button for his nose. And I love the fact we've got all these different blocks and different designs, and they're just so much fun. And the great thing is it gives you lots of different tips and tools on how to do it, getting your stitch length, getting the butterfly effect. It's really important to be able to know all of these things beforehand. How to prepare your patterns, how to prepare your fabric, what exactly you're going to be doing once you've stitched a line. It's a really nice way of explaining exactly what it is you need to do. And when you come to joining blocks, how best to do that as well. Then we've got all the projects down, going through this to be able to make all these different projects. Oh, I love his little unicorn there. I love that. Nice little way of using your striped fabric too. Oh, he is so cute. And little Tinkerbell over there. These are larger cushions. These are 19 inches square. But it's quite fun to be able to have something like that, to be able to do something whimsical with. And the great thing with foundation paper piecing, it's a great way of using up your scraps, because then small amounts of yellow that you need there, we've all got little bits of fabric like that lying around in our stash. It's a nice way of being able to put them all together. That's a nice little lap quilt, 43.5 inches by 59. It shows you exactly how to lay it all out. And then you've got all the different blocks that you're going to make on each one. Even shows you how to do the binding as well, which is great. There you've got the baby quilt with the little seahorses on. That's 41 inches square. Shows you how to put the 3 blocks together over there, being able to put those there. Baby quilt 2. Oh, I love a good backpack. Got a nice little unicorn backpack there. Nice little wall hangings. These would make really good kid art to be able to put on walls in bedrooms and play areas as well. I think that's really fun. And I love the way it shows you here how to put the borders on. You can put the first border on, the second border on, putting cornerstones on, adding the outer border. It's really well written to be able to see how to do those quite effortlessly. And then we get down to the actual instructions on how we're actually printing these out and drawing these out. And this then shows every one of the different projects and how you're doing it. You can see there's the top half of the princess, that's the bottom half of the princess. But what's great is that if you didn't want to do the bottom half, you can just do the top half, because that's really pretty as well, if you didn't want to make the whole section. So that's a really nice way of being able to do these. And then we've got our little fairy there, which is very sweet. And again, tells you how to do the top half and the bottom half, and then sew those together very easily. What I love as well is it gives you pin lines as well to where to pin things, to make sure that you're getting everything accurately put together. Lovely little dragon. And then we've got the little wizard. Oh, I love the seahorse. He is so sweet. Look at that. And lastly, and then we've got the griffin and the Pegasus. And you can just tell the level of detail on these are really good. Nice little cyclops there as well. Oh, what's a hydra? That's very sweet as well. I love these unique little pieces. I think it's great. And then lastly, we've got the little castle at the end here. Castles sections 1, 2, 3, and 4. And how you put that all together. And last, the gnome's little nose, which is great. Really, really lovely little project book this. This is our exclusive launch of this was last week. Really pleased to be able to have something so special with us today. And that's the Mary Hurtle So Magical book. Oh, excuse me, I just need to have a little sip of water. Sorry. Now, I am so excited because on my birthday this year, 29th of May, we ended up having this fabulous Alison glass come in. So I'm so pleased to be able to have it back again today. All of these are sold by the half metre, and they are just beautiful. So this one is 28. And I'm doing that just so that, because there's so many fabrics, we need to make sure that we're getting the right code to you. And that is just, and what I love about this is you've got so many different designs on here. And it's just look at all these different things. It's just so much fun. You've got a heart, a star, a bird. I have been an enormous fan of Alison Glass for years. One of the largest purchases I ever made of any fabric was all of her collection for 2016, 17 and possibly 18, and they're all still sitting on my shelf quietly just looking at me for the right project. So for me, I've always had a wonderful passion for her fabric because her colours are extraordinary and her design details are so beautiful. It's very, very well thought out and everything is just so unique and so different. And for example, this little creature, the sea creature here, was in her 2016 and 2018 collection, and now it's back for 2020. And I just love the way it just, all these wonderful little features pop into each of her designs. It's very well thought out. These are available for $6.99 by the half metre today. They're made by a company called Macawa. Phenomenal quality. I absolutely adore Macawa's fabrics, and Alison Glass is just such a great designer. This one's number 36. And just look at the colours. They're just so beautifully vibrant. Oh, I would show you this, but it's out of stock. We've sold out. So unfortunately, as you all know, when we sold out, I take it and I hide it under the counter because it's gone. It's gone. And the great thing is you're all checking out as we go, number 81. So make sure you do check out as you go because we don't want you to miss out on fabrics. You can pop on our websites, www.sewingstreet.com, and just go back and look and see what's on there. It's number 81. And these fabrics would be perfect for that mystical book because it's got these wonderful, fun, vibrant colours. But also you've got these wonderful etchings on each one of the fabrics, which is just beautiful. And the more you look at the fabric, and I've looked at this fabric a lot, the more you see different things in there. And you can see all these wonderful little hearts and spades and that beautiful little bug and the eye and the thimble and the cupcake. And it's just so brilliantly well designed. Love that. So that's £6.99 for these by the half metre. That one we do still have stock of. And then the next one we have is number 80. And this one is called Pumpkin, and you can just see what a beautiful colourway that is as well. Love this colour. This one's again £6.99 by the half metre. This is the embroidery pumpkin colourway by Alison Glass. And the great thing with this fabric is it's perfect for fussy cutting as well. So if you were doing a project, you could go and, if we can show you here, you could perhaps fussy cut out each and every single one of those little balls to be able to make a whole project with all those little balls in the middle of your hexagon, or a little house, or the little star and bird up here, or the seahorse. There's loads of different ways of being able to do this, use this fabric. It's just such a great project. Because you could do loads of different dragonflies in different shapes, and they're really cleverly done. Maybe you wanted to do a journey quilt and have all your little aeroplanes in one cut-out section as well. That could be quite good. And I was just hearing now, oh look, there's a pear, and that's what I love about this fabric. Is I looked at the heart and hadn't noticed there's a pear just above it. It's brilliant, and that's what's so great about her designs, is that they're just so thoughtful and so interesting. Next, we have her purple collection, which is 04. I don't know if this is purple or plum. Oh, there's always a random thread somewhere. This one's called Jam. I think it's probably a plum jam or a blueberry jam. But it's a beautiful, beautiful colourway, and it feels so beautiful. I do love the Macawa fabrics. They're so good. Because if you were doing sort of a mermaid theme from our wonderful So Magical book we had a few moments ago, you might want to put in the little boat or the seahorse to be able to do that and fussy cut those into your piece. It's just a nice way of, it's an interesting fabric for you to be able to do so much with. That's £6.99 there for the half metre for that. That's our Alison Glass Sun Prince Embroidery Jam colourway. Next, we've got our wonderful grey colourway, which probably won't be called grey. It's number 54. I think if we did it there, that's, oh, look at that again. And I think this colourway really shows that level of design and level of detail. It's excellent. And I do think that this star, if I move it up, that star is a beautiful, beautiful design. I'm kind of wanting to make that into a giant quilt. That would be really beautiful. So this is called Cloud, and this is £6.99 by the half metre today. And the great thing with this is we've all got those wonderful threads, embroidery threads. If you wanted to go and embroider around each one of these little birds or bugs or moths or highlight the thistle, you can see you could go and take your beautiful embroidery threads and just do that extra bit of detailing on there. Maybe you just want to get a metre of it and just go and play with your hand quilting techniques. This is a great fabric to be able to do it, because here, for example, you've got your painting palette. You could put different satin stitches in on here, doing different colorways on that. And this grey is a great colorway to be able to have a base colour to be able to then create something very special with your embroidery threads. Then we've got our white colourway, which is number 38. This one's called Lace. And the white fabrics are very, very popular. It's very hard to get them at the moment. And look at that. And what's so great is you can see the level of detailing on the design here very, very easily. I do love that. That looks like a one of the Lone Star type designs there. It's really pretty. And what I love again is I hadn't noticed that New York Beauty style sun block there. And you do look at different things differently. And for example, that if you were wanting to use your embroidery threads to just do some echo quilting around something like that, it's a beautiful way to be able to just go through and create the detailing there. It's quite a good way of it. That's actually quite a good idea. The great thing with Talkback is you get to hear all these wonderful ideas from the other people in the team. And Hannah was just saying, imagine having a beautiful appliqued magician's hat with all of these things popping out of it. That's genius. I love that idea. I don't think it's weird at all, Hannah. I think you need to contact Hayley, and I think we need to do that as a design. We should get that. We should get the Wendy Orlando on that, making that as a quilt. That would be beautiful. So that's our lace colourway there. Really fun, that. And then two more in this colourway. We've got number 56. And this is now our Hardanger colourway. And again, things like this beautiful star just really pop out at you there. And that beautiful, beautiful ball there, I just adore them. And this is the Alison Glass Sun Prince Embroidery Hydrangea fabric. Half a metre is £6.99. And I've just noticed over here, sorry I'm messing up your shot here, Marcus, but I've just found this really interesting key. Look at that really interesting key. And every single time I look at this fabric, I find something else that I absolutely love. And I was only just looking at the cupcake and the thimble a few pieces ago, but then you see that beautiful key and that gorgeous compass. It's such an interesting fabric, this. It really is. Now you see, what would be really good with this, if you made a kid's quilt and you put this on as a backing, you could have then as a story time that your child could go through and see all the different things on the backing of the quilt in something so interesting and unique. That would be really, really good. Next we've got the last time we have this colourway, this collection in this design. This is ending in 17. And again, you can see that beautiful key I was pointing out earlier next to that wonderful cupcake. This is called the Embroidery Turtle colourway. Look at the little bunnies. Sorry, I hadn't noticed the bunnies either. And that's what I love about this fabric, is every time you turn around to it, you get something totally, totally different. Loving that. So that ends the this exact design in all the different colorways that we've got there. And then we have 4 in this colorway. So this one's number 67. And now this I absolutely adore because you've got, sorry, I've got it upside down. Sorry. So this is, you can see these beautiful echo quilting opportunities here to be able to go through and do some stitching on that. It's a lovely, lovely design. And of course, Alison Glass is just renowned for being so talented with this type of design. $6.99 for the half metre there. This is the Sun Prince Stitched Grasshopper. I have to say, it goes very well with my shirt. And then we've got the number 78. This colorway is just beautiful. It's so vivid. It's just such a beautiful, beautiful design. And again, it just leaves your eye wandering all over the fabric, trying to find something else to look at because it's just so interesting in every way. $6.99 by the half metre there for the Sun Prince Stitched Poppy. That's the colour Poppy. And we have 2 more in this this design. We've got number 89. I do feel like I've got these the wrong way round, so I'm going to do them this way in case this is the right way round. I don't think it's directional. It's a lovely colour, this. It really works very well. It's a combination of a greeny yellow, and it's just so lovely. And the designs, again, are so cleverly thought out. Really pretty. I'm always intrigued by the way people design fabric because you can see these tiny little dots here. How unique but individual, and you wouldn't have thought to put a little tiny circle in amongst there, but it works so beautifully and so effortlessly in this design. Very skilled lady. That's the Alison Glass fabric there. This is the Stitched Chartreuse colourway. Half a metre there for $6.99. And then the last colourway we have in this one is number 60. This one's called Penny. And again, you can see these beautiful designs gorgeously laid out in this darker brown. Actually, it's not a brown, it's more of a purple on this mustardy yellow. It's really pretty. That's the Alison Glass Sun Prince Stitched Penny fabric, half a metre for $6.99. So that's the last colourway in this design, the stitched design. And this is everything that we have of the stitched design at the moment. So then we've got the menagerie fabric next, which I am besotted with, this menagerie fabric. The first colourway we're going to do is ending 7-3. And this one is directional, so I'm going to get this the right way around before I show you. And what I love is how beautifully well this works, being able to show these different designs in different colorways, because you'll see how different each one looks. And over here you've got a scarab beetle in the middle there, but you can just see as you go, you've got these wonderful little birds and these 2 little lions there and there. It's a beautiful, beautiful design, and following it in the theme of Jane Greenoff, really, having these wonderful stitched crosses all the way along works very, very well. Sorry, giving you a little sneak peek about what's coming up next. Gotta be done. But just look at that gorgeous, gorgeous colourway there. Isn't it beautiful? And that's why I love Alison Glass, because this is all in one range, her Sun Prince range for 2020. But you can see just how different they all are. But the colours all work so beautifully together. And they're just so unique in every way. So that one is the Dahlia colourway. Next we've got number 89. But now look how different this one looks compared to the other colourway. It's just such an interesting, different way of being able to look at the fabric. And you've got exactly the same design. And here you can see the bee. Over there you can see the little scarab beetle. There you've got another little bug over there. And it's just so vibrant and so different having this wonderful colourway. And they all pop out so differently, don't they? And again, look at that beautiful little bee over there. Where on the pink, you didn't quite see the bee quite so much on the Dahlia. And you can just, I love the way the detailing on all these different items pops up so differently in each of these colourways. So that's the mermaid colourway there. I've only got 4 more of these. I'm sad. Number 13. Now this is the tiger colourway, and I think I've got this upside down. Forgive me while I rotate this in front of you. But now look how amazing that bee looks there. And how the bug underneath it pops so differently, and the scarab beetle comes up so differently. It just shows everything differently. And you can see the little ladybird over there, which you may not have been able to see before, but now in this colourway, you see it really, really well. And just over here, where are we? I've just seen 2 little bunnies. Look at the bunny there and the bunny there. It just shows the level of detail on this is so clever. And it is really beautiful. I'm hearing we don't have very much stock of this one left, and it will sell out today. So please, we don't want you to miss out. If you are interested in the fabric, make sure you pop it in your basket and you check out. You can check out as many times during the day as you like. We just don't want you to miss out by not having checked out. So that's the tiger colourway here. Next we've got, can't remember the name of this one. Number 69. This is an opal colourway. And again, look how different it looks in the blue. It looks so, so different here. And again, you've got a little chipmunk there, or a squirrel, with a little toadstool. You can see on each different design, as you look through them, you see different things as you go. And there, that beautiful little bee popping out ever so slightly differently. And you've got that wonderful little squirrel again over there. Nice little flower in front of the birds. So that's the Alison Glass Sun Prince Menagerie Opal colourway. 1/2 metre there by $6.90, and that's for $6.99. We've only got 2 left. I feel quite sad now. And you can see just how beautifully that looks going together. And then this is number 93, and I've got this upside down again. Forgive me while I flick that round. And that's the lichen colourway there, the Menagerie Lichen. $6.99 there, but look again, the detailing changes so much with every one of the fabrics in here. And there you can go down and you can see the little squirrel with the toadstool and the ladybug above it. And that beautiful bee's back again. And those 2 little bunnies are back there. I love these fabrics, they're so much fun. And then last but not least is our last colourway in this collection. Oh, look at that. You can just see it so beautifully there. Sorry, I adore this colour. Love these. And then last but not least, we've got number 40. Love that. So this is the colourway Pencil, and just look how much fun this looks with the red and the it's like, I don't know whether they call this a maroon or a pink on there, but there we go. What I mean is that it changes with each different colourway. This is probably the one that shows up that cross stitch the best. Just look at those little bunnies. I wonder if this is pencil because of those black and yellow pencils you get. And we've got this wonderful little pink cross all the way through it. And I love the way the scarab beetle shows up so beautifully there. And the bee. It's just so cleverly designed. Really, really. Who would have thought 2 little squirrels sitting in front of a toadstool could look quite so much fun? Maybe they're on a little squirrel date. Social distanced, of course. Of course, 2020. So there we go. We've got that last little collection there, the pencil colourway of the menagerie fabric on this Alison Glass Sun Prints. I just called it Alison Sunglass. Sorry, Alison. It'll be the one time that she follows it and sees it and I end up getting tweeted. Sorry about that. Next we have, are we doing these? Oh, I'm so excited. So somebody called Paula Steele has written the most incredible book here called the Modern Rainbow Patchwork Quilt Book. It is so much fun, so beautiful, absolutely lovely. Gorgeous. You've got 14 vibrant rainbow patchwork quilt projects in here. Tips, techniques and different tricks on how to be able to make all of these. And it's only $12.99. That's less than £1 a quilt. And let me show you what this looks like on the inside. They are so good. I saw this the other day in the studio and I actually went and bought it myself. They are so good. You've got so many different projects in here and I love her use of colours. They are so vibrant. So this is really great as well because it shows you how you can do the same colours, but by adding that dot in it, you're duplicating the amount of colours that you can do. And then we've got this wonderful, now I must say Flatter is one of those products, it's a bit like Best Press, works very, very well, but it does then help be able to keep your fabric a bit more flat when you're ironing it and everything. And it tells you all the essential tools that you need, which I think is really, really handy. And then shows you all these gorgeous colours by Aurifil that we can use. Got to love some Aurifil. Then we've got these beautiful tutorials here. This is the Moda Confetti fabric that. Oh, look at all of these. And it shows you how to do binding, matching your binding, attaching your binding. It's really, really well written, this. And you've got the half square triangles and different techniques to be able to make, if you want to do 4 half square triangles at a time, to tell you what size to cut them all to. If you're doing 2 half square triangles at a time, telling you how to do that too. If you want to do 8 half square triangles, telling you how to do that as well. Wonderful techniques in here. It's a really, really good book. If you're wanting to do a diamond in a square, it's a nice way of being able to do that as well, and tells you all the sizes you need to do to be able to get that as your finished product. And then you've got the wonderful quilt projects that come along in this. This one's called the Vintage Star Double Quilt, and I love the fact that you've got cutting instructions of each and every colour, being able to cut with the fabric strips and then subcut those down into the different sizes that you need them to be. And then it shows you how best to put these all together. And I love the fact you've got that secondary star pattern there, and then over there you've got a star pattern, and over there you've got a star pattern, and then it creates that secondary pattern around it as well. It's very cleverly designed, very beautifully thought out. And then a placement guide of how best to do them. It works very, very well. Next we've got the Stripe Race Lap Quilt. And you can see that is just beautiful, very, very cleverly thought out. If you've got jelly rolls and things that you haven't used yet and you want to, that's a nice way of being able to get that all together for you. And this I adore, the Ombre Compass Double Quilt. Look at that. It's just the most beautiful, beautiful design. Very, very cleverly thought out. And using that ombre confetti fabric where everything goes from dark all the way through to a light, it just works so beautifully. And again, you've got that wonderful settlement chart of how to put these all together when you've got them working. Then you've got the Starburst lap quilt. This is using Alison Glass. This is her previous season there. And that's then how you're putting those together as well. Then we've got the 80s revival single quilt, and you can just see why it's 80s, because you've got that wonderful pop of vibrant colour there. Neon pinks, neon yellows, neon blues. Then we've got the Picnic Squares quilt. This is a nice size quilt as well, 51 inches square, designed to be a picnic quilt. And you can see it's a perfect size just to have as a nice little quilt there. Really simple to make, nice and easy to use. And again, you've got that wonderful chart on how to put these all together. Then if you wanted to do some cushions rather than some quilts, you've got a whole load of different ideas here for you as well, which tie in nicely with the other projects in the book. You can sell these fabrics that have been used with that wonderful 80s revival quilt that was shown earlier. I adore this cushion, and you remember earlier on in the book it showed you how having the spots on your fabric versus the solids works very, very well, and you can see how beautifully that works there. And that then gives you the quilt there, the cushion to be able to make there. It's just really cleverly done, very well thought out. Then you've got the Shaded Arrows quilt. Nice little way of being able to use up your fabric there. The garden floor cushion. It's just a really cleverly written book, very well thought out. And if you're wanting to do smaller projects as well, got the Rainbow Star purse, got coasters. It's just a book chock block with different ideas and ways to do it. And it's only $12.99. You've got 14 different quilt projects in there for $12.99. A really great deal, beautifully written book, lots and lots of different ideas. I bought it ages ago. It's brilliant. Love that book. But now, I was talking about loving things. You have got, are we doing Gutermann or do you want to do the Moda? The Maui. Now the Maui, I've always told you when that we're running low. I thought I would just tell you in the beginning. So we are running low on this. I must say this isn't a bundle anymore. They've all sold out. This is only available by the half meter. This one's ending in 185. I honestly cannot explain how beautiful this fabric is. That gorgeous batik, and it's a Moda fabric as well, and you can just see how beautiful that is. This is the sea glass fabric, and it's ending in 185. These are $8.99 by the half meter, but just look how beautiful that is. These, if you buy as multiple units, will come to you as one single piece. So if you bought 4 units, that would come to you as a 2-meter piece. Unlike with our bundles, when they're cut, they come to you at a half-meter piece. These are now available by the half meter, so you can get multiple units in one piece there. That's the Ocean Batik fabric there. Next, we've got number 110. Look at that. Such a beautiful pop, and there's tiny little bits of purple in there as well. $8.99 there, the Moda Maui Night Sky Batik fabric, half a meter, $8.99. Just such a beautiful, beautiful fabric. And again, remember with the batiks, there's no front or back to this fabric. You can cut and use it on either side. There's no difference one way or the other because the way it's processed. Love this fabric. They really are pretty. And each one of these pieces will be slightly different as well. So if you did order 2 individual units, no piece of batik is ever the same. They're all totally different. This is number 130. And I love the vibrancy of these. The colours are so vivid. And again, don't forget the fabric is exactly the same front and back. That's the beauty of batik fabric. It doesn't matter which side you cut on. All of them are exactly the same. That's $8.99 by the half meter there. And we're running very low on all of these Maui batiks now, so please do make sure you check out on these if you have got them and you do want them. We don't want you to miss out. And then last but not least is our gorgeous orange colorway here. The orange one, 179. Now I'm hearing we only have 6 units left of this, only 3 meters left of this fabric. So if you are after this, please make sure you check out quite soon. We don't want you to miss out on that. That's £7.49 by the half meter, the Sunshine Batik fabric. And that is just so vibrant as well. Imagine if your English paper piecing, be able to cut all your different hexagons out of that. It's going to be so different, even it's just beautiful. And that's £7.49 by the half meter. And remember, you've got to get these while you can because we can't get these again. Once they're gone, they're gone. Now we've got some fabulous Gutermann threads. I adore these Gutermann threads. Perfect. Now what I love about these is, excuse me Alison, I'm sliding you over a little bit. There we go. We have got so much Gutermann for you today. So I'm going to start with our largest tin. This is our 1930 tin, this nostalgic tin. And this is what it's going to look like. You've got the 1930s tin here. And as you pop it open, you've got all these wonderful threads. There are 30 different threads in here, all different colours, 100 metres of each spool, and each spool is 100 metres, 100% polyester. These are 50 weight, if I'm not mistaken, and perfect for piecing, perfect for dense quilting, perfect for embroidery. It's just such a beautiful, beautiful colourway. So that's our nostalgic tin, number 1930 there. Then we're going to do is the variegated 70. Perfect. Then we've got our Gutermann 70 deco stitch, which is the variegation. These are to be used on PU and your thicker fabrics like denim and cotton, denim and your canvas. These are thicker threads, so these are 70 meters each, and they're a 70 weight, and works perfectly in your normal sewing machine. You don't need any specific. You can use it on a normal needle as well. It's better to use it with a leather needle or a denim needle, whichever fabric you're working with. But these are 20 colours, 70 metres of each, working as a 70 weight thread. And these are £45.99 for all 20 of those. Now I'm going to... Oh, we've got to do Make of the Week. So next we're going to do the black and white. We've got the Gutermann black and whites. Now I think these are really important to have in your kit because most of the colouring we do is in white or black, most of the stitching. There are 7 spools in here. Each of them are 100 inches each, 100 metres each. And that's going to be £12.99 there for all 7 of those. All of them are 100% polyester, 50 weight. Really, really fabulous quality. Gutermann, so it's 100% polyester there. It's just such a great, great thread. I always use polyester thread. I think they're fantastic. Now, in case you are just joining us or you're coming towards the end of the show, let me remind you what we're here for. As you can see, it's our half birthday. We're 6 months old today. So because we're having our half birthday, and as all new babies, we like to celebrate all of our wonderful little achievements as we go. 6 months is a really big thing. Anybody who purchases with us today is going to get one of our wonderful little Sewing Street badges, exclusive to us today. And when you get it, this isn't just a little piece of paper. Turn it round, have a look on the back. It's a really lovely little badge, this. So you're going to get one of these free today when you purchase with us today. It's automatically added to your basket. You don't need to do anything to do that to get the badge. All you need to do is purchase something with us today and the badge will come out to you free. If you have already done a purchase or you do a purchase as well, you're going to be automatically entered into a competition. This competition is to win 15 Liberty Fat Quarters. So the first prize winner will win 15 of our Liberty Fat Quarters over here. And these 15 are all the most beautiful, beautiful colorways there. Our second and third prize winner are going to win 2 of our exclusive panels, one by the amazing Debbie Shaw, her antique sewing machines colorways here. They're just beautiful. And then we've got the Harbour 5-inch squares there as well. So the second and third prize winners will be going here. Now, speaking about our winners, we've got our Make of the Week. Each week, Debbie, myself and Vicky choose our favourite people, favourite makes of the week. It's incredibly hard. And just like yesterday, or day before yesterday, when I picked my winner, I ended up finding another one which I thought would have won as well. Your competition is fierce on this and you are all so talented. To enter, make sure you enter your make onto our Facebook fans page. And Debbie, myself and Vicky pick our favourites every week. And I'm very lucky because I get to announce it most Fridays. And our winners this week win free postage and packaging. The winners are Shyla Shah, Cherie Banner and Maxine McKernan. And these makes look like this. That's Shyla Shah. Isn't that just adorable? And then we've got Cherie Banner. Oh, it's so sweet. And last but certainly not least, we've got Maxine McKernan. All of you have won free postage and packaging on your next order. So please drop us a line on our Sewing Street TV Facebook page. Drop us a message and we can send through your code for your winning code for your postage and packaging. So please keep coming those through, keep those coming through, and you can win those hopefully next week. Tomorrow we've got, this is our menu for tomorrow. It's me again, and we've got the following. We've got the crisscross quilt with Alison Marion. Woohoo, love Alison. Workroom tools at 9 a.m. The folded bag with Alison Marion at 10. And then we've got my Summer Breeze quilt at 11. And then repeat today of the 6-month Happy Birthday 8 a.m. show with Jane Greenoff at midday. Now remember, if you are buying in the repeat, sorry? Oh, yes. So remember, if you are watching us on repeat, unfortunately, you won't be entered into the competition. This is only available for Friday the 14th. So please do make sure you do check out your baskets and you'll automatically be entered into our competition. Cannot thank you all enough for your time today. A very special day, proud moment, and thank you all for supporting us during these really difficult times. It's been our pleasure to have your company, and thank you so much for your time and support. Go well, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.